Well, every time we go somewhere, we get shot or try to be murdered by somebody, alright? It's just a precaution.
This is a meeting of some very sophisticated and high-class individuals. There shouldn't be any shots fired in this entire country, for that matter.
Fuck!
No,
Beethoven's fifth?
I'm gonna switch to Galanite. Fuck you, Beethoven.
There shouldn't be any shots fired in this country. Bah, 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 bah!
I couldn't have planned that, damn it.
Jesus Christ.
Swords and shields clanging in rhythm, hearts of steel, yet minds in schism. A wondrous company, we roam through the night, adventurers of antiquity, chasing the light.
So, last we left off, it is currently 6 minutes, 20 seconds in. Last we left off with
Simon!
Company. Thank you. Oh god,
Now you'll be able to find it.
I wrote it down on my notepad.
Hey, Nox,
not
Nox, it's
visually.
this timestamp. Nox, it's this
Is
timestamp.
it this time?
Nox, is this timestamp.
Yep, it probably
It's this
is.
timestamp.
I'm gonna give you disadvantage all session. Last we left off, Wondrous Company got their way back to England after a nice pleasant stop in Greece, following their actually fully successful and accomplished mission in Syria and Rhodes and southern Russia on the Georgian border. Having been gone through the, I'm trying to think of the word, the, not confab, the debriefing, and been granted 2 days of leave, a total of 48 hours of leave. The party has taken their first day, except for one member who we're going to be getting to here shortly to open up the session. However, Wondrous Company still has the rest of the first day and the second day. In the background, Torn will be writing up his report and presentation outside of the initial turns, as the party has been informed that they will be going on a priority mission. During this mission, it seems their destination will be a arcane science and research conference in Vienna. However, no further information has really been delivered until the day after tomorrow. So, we'll leave off with, I believe the last order of business was the end of day one. Hachu, you had a interaction and an action to take or do for your day one. I believe you were passing on the interaction, but you may have had an action that you wanted to do, if I am not mistaken. Or at least I believe. I'm looking at my notes. The notes have been cleared because I am stupid. But yeah, for the rest of day one, Hachu, you have a action and a interaction. Obviously, action is something you want to research, something you want to
Hachu
look
is making
into.
food right now.
Understandable. Something you want to do. And then interaction is any person or NPC you want to write a letter to, talk to, get involved with. While we're waiting for him to come back, day two stuff. What would the three of you guys like to do for your action and interaction? Torn.
Interaction is going to be writing and posting a letter, and action is probably going to be saved for the evening, which is to go on the town and be irresponsible.
Go out in town. All right. Vader, action and interaction for day two of your break.
I think I'm gonna do more research into the green Ukraine stuff and the wolves and such.
Green Ukraine research /
And then might as well go out on the town with everybody else.
go in town.
Even though I'm not going to be joining them.
Nikos, action and interaction for day 2.
Well, interaction, I'll be joining for the big night
Alright,
out, but I don't know, it seems like my research has plateaued for the moment, so I don't know, maybe just kind of relax.
Alright, relax.
I love because I have this idea in my head that Torin didn't tell anyone what he was doing. He was just on his way out the door, and they're like, "Hey, what are you doing?" "I'm going out." "All right, cool, let's go."
Oh, man.
Like this wasn't planned. They just caught him on his way out the door.
And then Hachu still making his foods.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Let's see. Let me take a look. See here. Where did I put this? There we go. We'll switch to that one. That one is not quite as echoey for some reason. There we go. Let's see here. Dig through my notes. So it seems the party is pretty synonymous in their interaction being going out in town. Green Ukraine research, writing a letter, relaxing. Yeah, we'll just, once Hachu gets back, we'll figure out what he's doing for day 1 and day 2. I suppose we can get it out of the way now. Torin, your letter that you want to write, what kind of letter and to who?
I have it drafted, and it is to Levencroft Sr.
Ah, okay. If you would like to DM that to me, you'll be able to put in a good bit of time, write that up, head out to the shipping and receiving office, and be able to drop that at the little post window designating where you want it to go and the address.
It's just Dear Levencroft Sr. Sincerely yours, Torin.
Is this going to be a paper letter, or are you going to allow it to be sent as a telegram, or how would you like this to be forwarded?
That's going to be a paper letter. That's a lot of telegramming.
Gotcha, paper letter. Alrighty.
Yeah, you know, our expenditures affect later timeline. You send it as a telegram, and later on, Knox is like, yeah, so the British couldn't build HMS, what was it? Invincible, the carrier? Couldn't build HMS Invincible because Torin's telegram cost £5 million.
God, he's just fucking. The telegraph operator comes out of the room, wipes the sweat from his
Aye.
fucking forehead after 10, 15 hours of hardcore beep 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 boop, booping.
Hey, Hachu. Yeah, you'll be able to get that done in the morning and get that submitted and sent out. It'll be there probably in about 2 days' time, which is pretty effective for Atlantic flights. Won't be on boat crossing, it'll be flown across.
The good news is, partway through, they came up with a whole new way to send telegraph messages that was faster and more efficient.
Yeah, let's pan over before we resume the rest of that. Hachu, you have your day 1 and day 2 action and interaction. What would you like to do with your first day off as far as your action?
By the way,
and
we're all
interaction?
going out drinking on day 2 for our interactions. If you want to join or not. Hachu?
Wait, what? Hang on.
Jesus.
The food.
So I kept being asked things. Hang on, sorry.
You good?
We're all going out drinking for our interaction on day 2, but you need your day 1 action and interaction too.
Okay.
Because last we left off, we got the first 3 of them done. However, you got that full first day available. Any research he wants to do, anything he wants to look into, anything he wants to experiment with.
What do I want to do? Uh, I guess just do more research on Couch. See if there's like any more information I can pull up about him.
All right.
Guy winds up in the furniture section.
Yeah.
I will say that one will be pretty easy. Give me a intelligence and a investigation roll.
Gotcha.
This one will be pretty quick and easy to sort through. You'll be in the opposite corner from, funnily enough, the rest of the party that also decided to hit up the library in the first day, so you'll be seeing each other doing your own reading and investigating, sharing small conversations throughout the day. Let's see, 12? Alright. And investigation. Oh. Hey, okay. So, funnily enough, you find the exact same books, and 2 additional books, in fact, on devils, demons, demonology, otherworldly, and sort of demonic deals, and the ramifications around that. But funnily enough, all the information seems to be pretty much the same as the previous investigation you gave. You don't seem to glean any new information, either about the Kaushamar devil or just devils in general. It seems like, at least from the books here and anything you'll be able to find from your guys' readily available resources, you don't really get any new notes outside of they kind of don't really have an age. They don't necessarily die of old age is one of the small new facts you glean. You find 2 new books, but outside of new facts and information, you unfortunately don't find anything new that you haven't already previously, the last break that you guys had.
I come across the old age one, and I'm just like, oh, go figure. The demon can't die from age. Go figure.
Go figure. Who'd have thunk? But you do see some of the rest of the party engaging in some of their research. You will see Nico spending most of the day in the ancient Greek and God section, getting a little bit perturbed at some of what he is reading. Torrin and Peter trying to read up on stuff and not finding too awful much. As far as your interaction for the first day, though, anybody in specific you want to pull aside, whether it be a party, an NPC, someone of that sort?
You know what? I want to visit Picatrix. I just want to update him on current what's happening.
Okay. Would you like to actually do that one, or would it be more of a, hey, we got back from doing this and that, like that sort of briefing?
Oh yeah,
what kind of?
Oh yeah. I mean, he died. You know, he came back though. So.
Oh, like the full briefing, like let them know that Nico's died and everything.
Yeah, why not? What?
Oh god. I'm gonna roll for that. Alright, yeah, he's keeping his composure about it. Alright, that works. Yeah, he takes that information pretty steadily, and obviously in your normal Picatrix fast-speaking, happy manner, yeah, he's pretty happy, pretty joyous, pretty good to go about it. And at some points he's trying to beckon you to tear another page off of him, and is like flapping the edge of his book like, come on, take the page, take it, take the page, give it to Nikos, he needs it.
You want? Yeah, I'll take your page.
There's that little bit of an awkward wince as you rip one of the flesh pages out of him, and he kind of makes a little bit of a sort of uncomfortable groan, and then we'll slam back closed. Yeah, give him that page. Fold it up into a square and give him that page.
Okay.
So, what all you guys going to do now? What are you doing next? You hanging around for a while? You gonna have more conversations?
I know we're gonna be here for at least another day or so. Then from there, And I feel like I want to go back to America. There's some things happening that I need to catch up on.
I read about that. That seems like a fun place. They called it the New World. It's not that new anymore.
No, yeah, they shoot each other now, and had a whole civil war. It was a whole big deal. But
I was catching up on that. Seems interesting. Get some pictures. Give me descriptions. Let me know what it's like if you.
of course.
But go give that to Nikos. He needs
All right.
that.
Yeah, I got you.
Tell Torn he can always come by and visit.
Of course.
I read about this new thing called a telescope.
Tor would love to talk to you about one of those.
Book gives sort of a wave from this little glass stand that he's on that have a couple other books stacked up around it inside the glass box. And he kind of gives like this kind of pleasant, like, innocent wave and goes back to assumedly book reading, or at least what you imagine it is, because he goes very still and silent and seems to be focusing on another book. The other officers standing outside of the glass box are just kind of like happy that someone else was there to talk to them, and they're just silently poring over some of their own books.
Y'all can hold a conversation with them. It's not that difficult.
We do. We try to. We can only talk so much about so many things.
Guess y'all don't get out too often, do y'all?
Oh no, we try to get out all the time. The problem is he wants to know about everything. We can only give him so much information so fast. We're just trying to give him encyclopedias at this point and catch him up on everything.
Take care. Good luck.
Yeah, you too. Good to see you all made it back. The other one raises his head up from the book that his face was down in. Oh, hey, he's here. They kind of lean over, start looking at their books again, and poring over some of their notes, starting to write more stuff down. It looks like they have small corner samples of some of the pages from inside his binding as they're kind of examining the context and like layout of it. These guys have a very long project ahead of them. It seems like they've been given exclusively research and focus on Picatrix as their assignment and nothing else.
Be fun if you're not an introvert.
Yeah, can't they get the ADHD guy to have get that job?
No, the ADHD guy never goes to the proper place and location. They always put him in the worst place possible.
He's in the armory counting bullets.
That'd be horrible. But yeah, you're able to step on out of there, head on out. I'm assuming you go by Nikos at some point, since he'll probably still be poring over stuff in the library to pass that to him.
No.
Hey, Nikos, I got a gift from Picatrix. I just handed them paper.
Oh. I'll unfold it and take a look.
Give me insight.
Just says eat this.
Insight.
Well, the symbol looks all kinds of garbled and weird, but you do remember the two previous pages that he gave you guys were instructed to eat them, so...
Yeah. Alright. I'll eat it.
Crumple it up, and it's like a weird,
Eating it in the library.
Fleshy, thin piece. You bundle it and toss it in your mouth and try to swallow it down. It's just like... Let me take this here. Boop-a-doop-a-doo. Let me copy and paste this to you, as you may add this to your notes or effects. As you feel a magical seal take hold once it hits your stomach. And we'll let the
Oh,
party figure that out at another point in time.
Oh, that feels weird. Oh.
It's like eating a pork rind, but denser
Wet.
and wet. A wet pork rind. It's not a great it's not a great sensation.
Yeah, that. Oh.
But yeah, that'll take us from day 1, as we will now pan our way over to day 2. Torn writes himself up a letter, and we'll drop that off at the office to be sent out. We'll be able to get to that probably around the time that you arrive back from your journey abroad. Let's see, as far as other day 1 stuff, going out in town. Hachi wanted to research Couch on day 1, did so, and didn't find too much. Peter, you wanted to put a good amount of the day into researching Green Ukraine, and possibly stuff on the wolves. Give me intelligence and investigation. As I need to pull up my notes here.
Don't bring him up too quick.
Dog.
He's not rolling good. Oh.
Ooh.
Oh.
Oh no. Well, funnily enough, you can't find the old books that you previously were able to find on the, specifically those kind of monster, cryptid werewolf, not quite werewolves. However, let me look through here and remember what the name of those were, because the name always baffles me. It is something... the Valkalak. You're trying to find some Slavic mythos, and you end up just finding stuff about Southern Russian, possibly dragons. You can't really find any new information. In fact, you end up going down a short-term rabbit hole on traditional European werewolves, and they're sounding more and more less like the Valkalak, so... You're not really able to find too much on them. As far as Green Ukraine goes, though, you do find a little bit of very general information. Green Ukraine is sort of a nickname given to a kind of refuge area. It's sort of a nickname because it's kind of a second breadbasket of sorts, but also it's been granted that nickname for other sort of smaller cultural regions. I'm going to grab you a picture here, and I'm going to throw it in-game images under Due West. You do find that the region largely refers to the far east of Russia, specifically the far southeast corner around some of the oblasts and counties out there. Particularly around Vladivostok is kind of your main go-to region that it's usually referred to, which kind of jives with the information that you received from the traveling band, as well as when you were in Georgia. It seems most that were trying to escape communism, if they didn't go to Japan via your route, they were trying to just get to the far east of Russia and escape via Vladivostok. Outside of that, though, don't really find any actual good, solid information during your research and reading, unfortunately, outside of just a general, better idea of where the borders and what oblasts might be involved with that.
Okay.
Scroll on down here. Nikos, you spend all of day 2 relaxing and chilling, getting your relaxation about you. And Torin, while you're writing your letter, you kind of spend the rest of the day, I'm assuming, kind of digging through your room, going through your room, setting stuff up. I want you to give me 2 dexterity saves, Torin.
Oh, shit again.
Fuck you.
Yeah, things seem chill. Things seem fine. At one point, while you're writing the letter, the pencil's rolling off the edge of the table, and you catch it between 2 fingers, twirl it, go back to writing.
Now we're using quill and ink. We're classy.
Quill and ink. Your hat stack that you have built a sort of triple layered hat rack on that you're putting all your hats and helmets that you're collecting. At one point, it seems like a hat's about to fall off, and you're able to reach up and push it back on there. Easy enough. Yeah, it's a very smooth. You're feeling very good. You're nice and rested because you're able to sleep in your silk sheets. Nothing seems wrong. If anything, you're excited and ready to go out in town and just tear it up with the party and see what happens. Yeah, we'll pan over to you guys, all kind of congregating at the shipping and receiving entrance, which has kind of become your go-to way to exit rather than going in and out the front gate, as there's a lot more clearances to go through. Funnily enough, you're able to just walk out one of the large kind of firehouse doors at the shipping and receiving area.
Roll up the garage door, jump
roll
out.
the garage door, just kind of walk out, close it behind you. Shipping and receiving trucks and a couple sandbag barricades with like 1 or 2 guards that recognize you enough to not really double check and just allow you to exit.
Hey, it's the guys with the griffin.
It was the guys that chased down the griffin. Yeah, the ones that let the griffin escape. They're pretty chill with it. And you guys are able to head out into town. Let me find, shit. I did not think ahead. Let me see if I could find something for some fun music. What was the music we had going last time for you guys going to the bar?
I do not remember.
Let's see. Let me look around here, find something. There you go, this might work. Let's see.
It's a good vibe for the mood.
That's a good vibe. I don't know if we want music in the background or not. Yeah. You guys end up going out, and instead of going to the previous kind of ship-inspired one that has a few bits of the Titanic in it, you opt to go to the one across the street from that, which is much smaller, cozier. Literally one of those single L-shaped rooms with like 8 booths running along the wall, maybe 3 tables with like 2 chairs in the middle. The bar front, obviously, that has kind of your Irish-style 4 swiveling armchairs. And then around the corner that has kind of the larger party table for about 8 people to sit at. Really dark, really dim lights, 2 fireplaces going off. You got your 1 bartender, and you got maybe 2 other patrons just sitting by, minding their own. It's relatively quiet and chill and relaxed here.
I'd like to look for signs of the Pink Gang.
Investigation.
Wait, what day is today?
What day is today?
It is a Tuesday, I'm assuming.
Fucking 6. Oh, it's one of those days.
The only
can't
kobold
wait.
you see here is Torn.
That could mean so many things with a 6.
The 4 of you are able to enter in, Hachu having to duck his head a little bit as you step inside. It's nice and warm and cozy compared to the gray sort of wetness outside. It's very dark brown and just warm and toasty in here.
Does he duck? Hachu, do you duck when you go through doors, or do you just, like, ride lower on your body as you go through?
Ride lower.
Just elongates and just... earlier on, he just starts slowly elongating, so he's shorter, and then climbs back up once he's through.
Low rider.
Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. The bartender kind of looks over to you guys, looks like a younger, typical clean-shaven English guy. Ah, hello. Make yourselves comfy and cozy. Been very slow today.
It's Tuesday.
Is it Tuesday? I thought it was a Wednesday.
Yeah, who cares? What do you got?
Well, a lot of local IPAs, couple beers, couple stouts, some hard liquors. Shipment got delayed though.
Delayed.
Do you have any vodka?
Yeah, that we
What
do
about
have.
wine?
Polish okay, sir?
Polish will be fine.
Understood.
That's Peter, you're the only person here who drinks vodka.
And what was that
Do you
for
not
you?
want
I'm assuming Greek.
Mm-hmm. Wine. Do you have any
Wine.
wines?
Red, white, Merlot, pink.
Red.
Alright. And for the tall lad in the back, what can I get for you, sir?
Give me a good scotch.
I think we might have one bottle left. Let me take a look. See, and he kind of ducks down and goes to hearing some bottles clatter and go about. Eventually, he comes back up towards the front, sets some of the cups down, pours a nice bottle of scotch or a glass of scotch, nice Polish potato vodka, nice tall proper wine glass of nice red wine, assumedly French. And then, what was your request, Torin?
Torin is standing there looking slightly impatient because everyone else got asked before him. And he started the conversation.
Oddly enough, there's only 3 drinks on the bar top.
The local IPA is good.
Oh, my apologies, I didn't see you. Yeah, or any specific brand or variety or region?
It is every shade of brown. How did you not see me?
I apologize, sir. We don't
The
get too
IPA
many
is
of the
good.
shorter... Yeah, right away.
And I asked, are they good?
Rises back up, sets down 2 bottles, pops one, kind of fizzes over a little bit, and scoots them out towards you.
You didn't answer my. It's already open now. He's gonna take it.
He's starting to get kind of nervous and baffled, and he's like, I'm sorry, sir.
Might as well try it.
DM, are they good?
Yeah, they're good. Give me a sleight of hand.
You're
All
gonna
of
say
you-
investigation.
All of you see Thorin take the open one as he grabs the other one in the other hand, and as he rises it up to take a sip, it's not even like wet on the outside. The bottle just slips right out of his mouth and hand, and he makes like a Spider-Man reflex save and just boop, grabs the bottle and brings it back up and continues to sip.
Doesn't even notice.
Huh.
There's good reflexes there. My apologies. That's
What else would
Northern
you expect
Irish
from a
brew.
cat or dog boy?
Oh no. You're welcome to take any of the seats. We'll be bringing some food out soon. Likely some cooked beef dishes and some heartier breads.
Wonderful, thank you. These are actually rather good. That's good, thank you.
Of course. And he kind of leans back a little bit, goes back to organizing some of the bottles, putting the vodka back down below.
You know the thing about those local IPAs, you know, some guy with a basement thinks suddenly he can make beer, and then they market it with a pretty label, and it's ass.
True, but sometimes you might find a gem amongst them.
That sounds pretty good.
No. I don't go out drinking a lot, especially with people, but hey, y'all good people.
Slap your granny pale ale. Huh. Okay.
Ladies,
Interesting
certainly a
name.
name.
I'm gonna make it headcanon here. You're drinking like arrogant bastard or something.
No, it's Irish brew. Slap your granny pale ale. Slap your gran.
Oh no. Give me a investigation actually on the bottle. I got an idea.
Oh, God. An 8.
Why is there a very large, angry, dragonborn head that looks 3 times more aggressive and angry, and like the font is very just almost edgily angry and gothic, but it just seems like, yeah, your local aggressive named IPA.
It's just not sour.
Are IPAs sometimes sour?
Yeah, but I don't think they're supposed to be. There's just a miscalculation on the brewer's behalf that's been propagated over years and years of people not knowing what they're doing, to where the average person thinks that that's the flavor it's supposed to be and just accepts it.
Torn, con save.
I don't know.
This is the whiskey all over again.
As he finishes that statement, when he says the word again, his voice catches in his throat, and you get that kind of foamy beer bubble that catches in the middle of your throat, and you cough a couple times.
You alright there?
Yeah, it's been weird lately. I just feel like I'm really accident prone.
Dexterity save, Torn.
19.
You guys watch a very majestic 2.5-second sequence of events. Not one, but both back legs of the chair snap as he falls and rolls back and does a very... Probably couldn't do this before he met you guys, but does a very nice shoulder roll up to his feet with his tail kind of catching him like a sort of tripod stance, holding both beers, having
Save
not
the beer!
spilt anything.
I saved the beer. Oh, what's with these chairs?
Well, that was odd.
I'll pick the chair back up and cast mending on it.
You're able to take the
Give
two
it a little
legs,
wiggle.
bend it back to it, give it a wiggle, plant it back on the floor. It's good as new.
You see what I mean? Like the plain trash can catching on fire when I went to see the blacksmith. His door fell off. It's like, I don't know. It's like I'm cursed or something.
You know what? Just for the hell of it, I'm gonna cast Remove Curse on him.
Alright. Yeah. Roll me, or actually, subtract the spell slot, and let me double check. All curses affecting one creature or object end. If the object is a cursed magic item, its curse remains, but the spell breaks its owner's attunement to the object, so it can be reversed or discarded. Okay. Yeah, Torn. You didn't realize quite how kind of tense your body has felt, and you feel a significant kind of relaxation come over you in that moment.
Oh, that did something. That did something. Oh,
So
man.
was he cursed then?
DM, was he cursed? Can I tell?
You can tell a curse was definitely removed.
So it would seem.
I just,
Can I like roll Arcana to see if I have any inclination of where it came from?
Roll me investigation.
Nope.
He was cursed, but you can't tell where from.
Now that Torn knows he's cursed, can he try to roll investigation? On why, how, when?
You know what? Yeah, roll me investigation.
Can Hachu try it too, since he knows?
Torn, you got
And he's
no
magical.
idea, but you know that whatever Peter did with his remove curse, it felt really good for whatever it was to be taken off you.
Can me and Hachu try? We're both magic too.
How would the two of you like to try? What would you like to focus on or do specifically?
Good question.
Why does this keep happening to me? This grind, it's getting frustrating.
He says as he chugs the rest of his beer.
Successfully this time.
Yeah, you're able to down it.
Well, when did all this bad luck start?
Hachu specifically, while Nikos is asking him, roll me investigation.
I suspect, given the... If I had to guess, the way the trash can got on fire, sometime after, the Goliath.
Hmm.
The first time I noticed it was on the plane. I don't know if it was there before.
Could it have any relation to the apparition Hachu saw?
Hachu saw what?
Remember on the plane, he said he thought he saw his demon thing.
What would Couch want with me?
I am scrolling through aggressively to find where I put that specific note. There it is. Okay.
Do you think it might be a result of what you helped me out with?
I certainly hope not. I don't...
Fate being annoyed with you?
Oh, fate's a thing, Wait, which denotation is fate? Gosh.
Depends what you ask.
Oh, are they Greek?
I was thinking in the Greek sense, because obviously.
You know, that's a possibility. Kind of,
That, or it
all the rules
could be
that
my
I-
uncle.
And I think about it, I kind of broke all the rules, didn't I?
Just a touch. Or it could also be my uncle, you know, you got me away from him. I imagine he's rather annoyed.
I think if I had elicited the ire of your uncle, he would perhaps do a bit more than than make me clumsy and break stuff.
True.
If you're with us, Hachu, give me a perception check, please.
Gotcha.
As they're having this conversation, you kind of look up over the top of your glass, and as you're about to like pour more into your open gullet since no lips, and you kind of catch a quick glance. What was on the plane prior looks kind of like a sort of goat humanoid with large kind of curled horns. Steps up behind Torn and attempts to kick his chair and stubs its toe, curses, and kind of just fades as you blink.
I just take a look at my glass and just like, huh. Just start glancing around the room to see if anybody else noticed it.
What's wrong with the scotch?
You know, I thought I saw for a second what I saw on the plane.
What did you see on the plane?
I saw a goat person man thing try to kick your chair, but they stubbed their toe instead and ran off.
A goat person, man. Hey?
Torin looks back over his shoulder.
Roll me perception.
Can I also take a look for it?
Yeah, you can roll me a perception as well.
Yeah, I'll be joining. Oh, nope.
Man, that's some good wine. Good aroma. Good
Apparently.
kind of earthy aftertaste. Yeah, Torn and Peter, you kind of look over your shoulder or look to the left. You see a whole lot of nothing.
Can I either roll insight or history on what a goat person man thing in this context could potentially be?
Yeah, roll me history.
Can I roll religion on it to see if it could possibly be related to couch or something completely different?
Roll me religion, yeah.
Flat 20.
Ooh, flat 20, okay.
Add a plus 1 to that
18.
religion. Yeah!
Alright, yeah, 18, alright. Yeah, we'll go with your history.
Actually,
check.
hang on, that's not an 18 because I think Soldier of Divinity adds... So that's actually a dirty 20.
God damn.
Let's go. You actually passed a religion check for once.
Yo.
Maybe.
Is that plus 12 on your fucking history check, Torin?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, maybe.
I have 2 plus 9, so
He's a smart cookie.
Let me search here. So, Torn, you were specifically looking for
Goat person man thing that
goat
harasses
person man
people.
thing. So, with that history check, you recall just a little bit it mostly lies in more Middle Eastern belonging. A overwhelming majority of what reading you have done of Middle Eastern cryptids, devils, demons, and kind of religious and otherworldly and celestial and entities of that sort, they have an affinity for always being depicted as goat-like. Goats always seem to carry goats, rams, and sometimes sheep seem to be kind of the go-to synonymous animal with things of that presence. Peter, you specifically do remember, although having not researched it or had really any reason to go into it, you are familiar that a large majority of the iconography of both Islamic and kind of darker magic and presences like that, as well as some of the classical European ones, are very goat and goblinoid-esque.
It's a djinn, isn't it?
Oh, great. I've upset Allah. Somehow.
It's probably related to the rock.
You know? That you might be onto something there.
Yeah, that does sound like.
We could troubleshoot a bit. You know, you guys could carry the rock and see if you start falling downstairs.
I think it might be best to wait on that. For the duration of you being in Venice, I'm not going to be able to join you. I'm going to be taking a trip to Constantinople to try and speak with the Patriarch about some things.
I guess you could
sounds important.
drop the rock off with like the research division.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I should do that. Well, if Peter, if you're going to be parting with this for a minute, then I suppose you should have fun tonight.
Yeah, why not? What did you have in mind beyond this?
Yeah, I don't know. This place isn't very fun, is it? It's actually kind of sad.
a touch quiet, but I wouldn't say it's sad.
I was kind of thinking I'd go out alone and get into a fight. So, I mean, I don't really know.
That's generally not a good way to go about doing things.
Just go looking for fights.
I wasn't gonna look for one. They just usually, find me. Can I get another one of those IPAs?
Kind of looks over. Oh, yes. Disappears behind the bar for a moment. Comes back, slides another one across the bar, realizes you're like across the way, grabs it again, lifts the little kind of bridge, walks over, sets it on the table for you, takes the cap off of it, turns, walks back behind the bar, sets the big old bridge back down, goes back to what he was doing.
Has anyone ever told you that you're really awkward?
I'm sorry. I
That was a question.
tried not to be awkward. I just if I may be honest, sir.
Of course.
I'm usually outgoing, but something about you was very unsettling earlier, and I got a very odd feeling about it. It's not because of your kind or your size, it's just something about you struck me as a bit odd is all, but it doesn't seem to be there anymore, which is strange.
Could you perhaps elaborate just a little bit?
Well, there was sort of a large shadow following behind you that was odd, but it's not there anymore.
How did
Just
he see
start staring at him.
that? Wait, how did he see that and you guys not see that? What
That's
are
a
you?
good question.
What are
Maybe
you,
because we
magical?
already know you?
I do practice a little bit of magic and summoning, or at least used to.
What kind of summoning?
A nature that is usually not frowned upon, which is when I realized I should no longer pursue it and haven't
Necromancy?
followed up on it. No. Summoning deities to speak with them, and I found out very quickly, without specifically channeling where, if you leave a door open, usually things of a fiendish nature will try to answer. And when I realized that, I cut it completely and haven't pursued it since. But I do occasionally see things of a more magical variety from time to time.
Maybe you could help me out with a bit of a dilemma that I've been having as of recently.
Sure, yeah. What can I do?
To make a long story short, my friend here died, and I wished him back from the dead. And ever since then, I've been having this terrible luck.
A wish.
Yeah?
That's very powerful magic. You, Wow, I won't pry into that.
Is that what happened?
No comment. This is a private talk between me and the bartender.
We're right next to you.
Please don't go spreading that around.
He won't say anything. He's a bartender. He won't say anything, right?
No, of course not.
That's his job.
I just have to make sure.
It's not hard to
Second only to
assume
the seal of confession.
who it is you're associated with, considering the substantial amount of military and research going on in the college over there, but I don't need to know exactly who or why, so that's not too hard to discern. But you said you used a wish. That's a very powerful magic to my understanding, and you started having bad luck and that shadow after doing so?
I believe so, yes. That's when I first noticed it. And
Was the wish granted to you from a fiend or deity or devil of sorts?
no, something a bit more important, perhaps. Maybe a deity. It's always hard to describe.
I suppose what I'm getting at is, was the deity of a less than favorable persuasion or realm?
No.
Then bad luck usually doesn't follow. If they're not of a, for lack of better words, bad persuasion, usually bad things don't follow. Did you make a promissory note or a deal with that? I know I'm prying and asking a lot of questions, but
No. I mean, there's already kind of a deal in effect, but that was contingent, not upon yes, I'm indebted in a way, but not because of that.
Then I will admit I'm unsure why a wish or anything related to a deity of that sort would,
What about the rock?
a rock?
Yeah.
Torin just thunks the rock down on the board top.
Torn, make me a con save.
Oh god.
Oh boy.
15.
Shouldn't have dropped that rock.
That 15 is actually a 13. Torn, your chair, all four legs splinter underneath you like you were 800 pounds, and you land on your butt and take 3 damage.
It's the rock! Yeah, it's the rock!
Does that happen to him normally? What?
Well,
More
normally,
often
yeah,
than
but
you
not
know.
because of a rock.
More
This is
often than you
new.
would think, but not exactly like this.
I saw you repair the chair earlier. Would you be able to do that again, perhaps?
If he gets up out of the remains, nah.
I'm afraid to move.
Torn, deck save.
Fuck you. 11.
The lamp falls from the ceiling, just some of the paint around it just completely crumbles. And the cable goes down with it, but the lamp falls down and just lands on top of Torn. You take 3 more bludgeoning damage as you just get lamped.
Casting remove curse on Torin again.
It's the rock!
Torn, a massive weight of discomfort, like, swaths off you once again. If that rock is doing that, maybe remove it from here if you could. I apologize. Are you okay, sir?
Yep. This is an old hat for me.
He's gonna stand back up.
Do you have a bag?
I do?
How about those tongs that you use in a fireplace?
Yes, one moment. He'll turn and stagger off really quickly. Comes back with a pair of, like, grill tongs and holds them out to you, Peter.
I
Just gonna grab the rock via those.
just imagine him grabbing the rock, thunking it down, then his chair exploding.
Like a slow
Looks
motion
like the
grenade
sled of,
going off.
Yeah, it looks like the set of Pirates of the Caribbean, the whole
Yes,
Oh,
the ship
exactly
just
like
blowing
that.
apart. Yeah.
Blows up like that almost exactly, yeah.
No, the chair didn't splinter. You can't repair the chair. It is in pieces all over the room.
There's about a square inch of each leg that just splintered out like it had a grenade attached to it. It's gonna take like 2 mending spells to build it back. But yeah, you pinch
Perhaps-
it between the grippers, and you're now holding the little rock and the grippers in your hand.
Perhaps we should take this back to the college and give it to the researchers.
I think that's a good idea.
Now explode some of their chairs instead.
Peter, make me a religion roll, please.
And now it's automatically adding the +3, so that's a solid 13.
Number didn't load for me. I gotta refresh my page.
Peter,
Oh, there we go.
you feel a very sort of sickly, not great weight on your shoulder, like something's leaning its elbow on your shoulder, kind of like an asshole, and they're just like, "Oh yeah, how you doing, buddy?" And they put their full weight into you. There's something trying to lean on you and getting frustrated that you're in its way, it seems like.
Yeah, Turn Undead doesn't apply to fiends, does it?
It would not.
Can I sense where the thing is?
Roughly next to you?
Can I cast Banish on it?
Roll me investigation to see if you can note where it is specifically.
Knock yourself out.
Roll me banishment.
Well, it's not a roll, it just happens.
Expend a spell slot for banishment as the chair 3 feet away from you just... The bartender blinks twice at the chair having disappeared.
What?
We'll get you another one.
Peter.
I presume the weight didn't lift?
Nope, it's still on your shoulder.
Peter, why did you just let them by?
I'll let Banish go so the chair comes back. And then
all four of you make me a dex save.
Oh boy.
Nope.
Oh, great.
Torn and Nikos, you're both fine. Peter and Hachu, you guys both take 2 fragmentation damage as the Gary's Mod backroom wooden chair spawns back into reality, but slightly crooked and sunken 3 inches into the floor as all the legs explode and shrapnel out, hitting everything with chunks of wood.
Let's get these back to the college sooner rather than later.
Can you please remove the rock from the premises? Thank you.
I'm working on it.
Don't worry about Peg. It's just remove that, then you can come back. Thank you.
I just throw some, like, I don't know. I just throw like $10 or whatever on the floor, just real quick. Just
okay. Thank you.
Can I have another IPA for the road, please?
No.
Understandable. Let's go.
Excuse me.
Peter, give me a sleight of hand. Peter is like a dad holding the last hot dog, tongs extended straight out in front of him, gripping the rock like a vice as he walks forward with it like it's a radioactive isotope or something. As
You'll open the door, I'll carry it.
The 4 of you will be able to exit the bar onto the sidewalk.
IPA for the road, please.
Lauren, we can come back later. Let's get this out of here first. Don't want to destroy any more of the man's furniture.
He kind of withstands and is like, when you come back, I'll give you another one.
Please.
Fine. He'll reach over the bar, grabs another bottle, hands it to you.
Thank you.
We'll
bring chairs.
Cleaning up. You don't need to bring chairs. I have spares. Just deposit that where it's not going to explode anymore.
Torn gives him like a half-ass salute as he turns around and walks out.
Alright, so we're taking this straight to the friggin' research department.
Yeah.
You approach the large bay doors. Let me You approach the large doors holding this isotope out in front of you. And the 2 guards kind of look to you, raise brows, look to each other, and kind of lower their rifles halfway. I'm sorry, sir, you can't, but Wonders Company, we understand, what is that? What are you bringing in?
Special delivery, cursed rock. Special delivery, cursed rock for the research people. Probably don't want to be within about 50 feet of it.
Yeah, you want to back away now.
Okay, He'll step back, clicks the button, the door starts to open as the 4 guards outside the little sandbag-rounded barriers kind of step back, like half-readying their rifles a bit nervously.
It's just a rock, relax.
The way he's holding it, I'm inclined to believe it's not.
Point those rifles away from us right now.
They're not pointed at you, or pointed in case the rock explodes.
There's
or...
no chairs around, you'll be fine.
Chairs? Hey, just take it to the safety that...
It seems to cause massive bad luck and other things breaking.
Oh, great.
So I'm concerned about a firearm going off accidentally.
Ah.
So
Okay.
please,
Each
holster
of
the
them-
weapons.
Each of them
Thank you.
go a step further as they look down, grab the bolt, and rack the bolt open, ejecting the round that they had in the chamber and just leaving the bolts completely open as they, like, elevate the barrels upwards.
Thank you.
Yeah, go deposit that. We'll, fucking
Oh, shit.
specialist.
I shouldn't bring this in. Hold on to this for me.
And Torn just thrusts his half-empty IPA at one of them.
I can't, okay.
Thank you.
Okay. What the hell is wrong with them? I don't know.
Remember, no drinking on duty as we go in through the door.
You see him setting, you see him making a little divot into one of the sandbags and setting the beer into the divot to, like,
I'm coming
keep
back
it
for
safe.
that.
Yes, sir. Peter, deck save. The three of you are just a little bit in front of Peter. Peter, you take 1 bludgeoning damage as you turn your head as you're walking in and find yourself getting clotheslined as the bay door drops down a third of the way and just drops you, and the rock goes flying off into the distance, scooting and rolling across the bay receiving floor.
Do we get an ooh from the guards?
You get a, oh fuck!
Alright, I'm gonna go grab it again.
Make me a perception roll first. Well, you kind of landed on top of the tongs and bent one of the arms. But you can see where
Pretty
the
sure
rock
mending can
scooted
take care of
away.
that.
Expend another spell slot to mend.
Mending is a cantrip.
Alright, you expend more magic as you unbend the tongs, give it the dad click click, and run on over. Give me a dexterity check. As the other three of you see him dash past you, bent over, clicking the tongs like a barbecue dad as he grabs the rock and raises it up.
I mean, it's necessary. Anytime you have tongs, you have to do it.
You know, whenever I woke up this morning, I didn't think I was going to be carrying around a rock with a pair of tongs
Neither did
from
I.
a kitchen.
It's always an interesting day.
I should have known this.
Hachu, perception roll, please.
I suppose
Let's
it's
make it
literally what they pay us for.
Honestly, I've kind of given up any expectations of what the day holds.
Hachu, it is clear as day. How does Peter not notice the large goatoid that is sitting on top of his head with one leg crossed over the other and its feet resting on his left shoulder? How does he not notice that sitting on him right now? It's kind of baffling.
I just have my mouth just open, just like in utter amazement. It's like,
Let's get these to
What?
the research people so it can be their problem.
there's a goat man on top of his head.
Oh, fucking
What?
course there is.
Like literally sitting on top of his head right now.
Peter, deck save.
See, you were right. It was the rock. That was such a good idea.
On the laces that he doesn't have on his Russian boots, he trips on them? As he clatters onto his chest, you'll stub your wrist a little bit, but I need a con save from you.
See, this is what I've been dealing with.
That is a
Maybe you
7,
should go get.
as your wrist is going to be very sore.
Maybe someone should go get the research people and see if they have a hazardous materials person.
Torn and Nico,
We're gonna keep making.
perception roll, please.
This whole time we're making our way over there. By the way.
Yep.
Mhm.
Just staggering through. Oh my god.
Torn, you don't see it at all. You're focused on the rock. Nikos, you have almost a final destination almost vision as it's happening. One of the chains has snapped, and a engine block is kind of Ewok towards an ATST style, just flying towards Peter and about to hit him in 2 seconds.
Get down!
I guess I'll just drop. Oh, I'm getting tackled.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get tackled. Give me a
Nope.
dex save, Peter.
I already gave the deck save. It's 18.
This
No,
is
I
to
need
keep
one to
holding
keep
on
hold
to
of
the
it.
tongs.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah, they try
Why
to
is there an
get down,
engine
Mr.
blocking the
President,
hallway?
as you just get tackled by Nikos as he pummels into you, and you manage to hold on to it. Hachu kind of swivels down to the side and just flops as the engine block hits the edge of the wall as you guys are starting to enter the hallway that kind of enters the main grounds and is leaving the edge of the kind of garage bay. You hear a couple of the mechanics looking over and kind of amazed. 2 of them are running over, trying to grab the chains and scoot it back along the sort of
Where
ceiling.
did he come
I'm gonna
from?
cast Bless on the 4 of us.
I think the rock is onto us. It knows we're trying to get rid of it.
You cast Bless on the 4 of you?
Yes.
Well, it works on
gives
3
us one.
people.
Not me.
It doesn't work on you.
Ah. All right. Well, how far do we have to go until we get to the?
It's down a
Research
couple
people.
hallways. You gotta go about 300 feet or so down like 2 L-shaped hallways to get to the main receiving floor of like the magical item research area.
I'm gonna yell at one of the mechanics, who's I'm assuming there's always the one that's just kind of standing back as everything goes to shit.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna yell at that one to go tell the research people we have hazardous material incoming.
Yes,
Tell
sir.
them to get out here now.
Yes, sir. He'll quickly go dashing, like sets the wrench down as he goes running off. He'll dash up ahead of you down the hall, take the turn, and disappears. Leaving the 4 of you, making your way slowly down the hallway still. You hear some of the racket behind you as they're starting to move the engine block back along the kind of conveyor pulleys.
It's finally gone, and her fun night maneuver is ruined by a rock. Rock. Of course it's a rock.
But it wasn't a rock. It was a rock lobster.
Peter, stop tempting fate.
Peter, deck save.
It was coming anyway.
He looks back to Dad laugh and just trips.
His the back of his knees just get pushed in. He just folds.
Yeah, for some reason, age is setting in. You get that thing where you kind of overextend your knee and you just find yourself dropping down to your right knee. Kind of in pain. That kind of hurt.
All right. Getting back up. Keeping going. Carrying the rock.
Hachu, give me another perception roll, please.
1, oh lord.
This is getting out of hand. This is getting ridiculous.
Yeah, because with you it was like a
Maybe
chair
not this time.
breaking, but an engine block?
I think it knows we're onto it.
I think you might be right.
Hachu, as you're slithering behind the 3 of them as you guys are making your way down the hallway, kind of telling people to clear out and, like, make a hole, like you're going through a ship as a bunch of Marines or security, and they're pushing themselves up to the side so you could pass through. One of the people ahead of you is just dead sprinting towards the 4 of you, lowering their head as you realize the kind of goatoid ram's head is... It seems like they're about to try to just barrel into Peter.
I'm gonna step in front and put the shield out.
You don't see it, Nikos. Only Hachu does.
Oh, alright.
But he's about 50 feet down the hallway and rapidly closing in a, like, goat style, I'm about to concave your chest tackle towards Peter.
Peter, move out the way! Just duck, move somewhere, just do something!
I'm just gonna sidestep.
Give me a deck save. Torn, deck save.
Oh. Okay.
Nikos, deck save. Hachu, deck save.
No.
You should at least have advantage because you can see it coming.
No.
I'm going to continue to argue he deserves advantage because he can see it coming and the rest of us can't.
Not when the body
True.
disappears behind Peter and Nikos and Torn as you guys clear away. It's kind of like that thing where someone's following right behind someone driving in front of you, and then they veer to the side, and you didn't see the car that was directly in front of them. Oh my... Hachu, you take 19 bludgeoning damage as you guys see him snake confetti piano hinge just below the gut, and he just gets sent back 10 feet down the hallway.
Oh,
Oh my
Jesus.
God,
What was that?
it charged at me.
You?
I'm going to look at the rock and I'm going
me.
to say, you're looking at getting a level 5 remove curse placed on you there, buddy.
I get a 6.
Are you dying?
That really hurt.
We gotta get to research. They're gonna be mad if we destroy this thing.
Let's move. Let's hurry.
Come on, how'd you get up?
Make me a con save, Hachu. We'll see if he's able to get up and follow directly behind or not. He's gonna be winded for a hot minute.
We have to leave him. Let's go.
We need to get
Oh,
rid
I
of
was
this
already
thing.
walking.
Peter, make me athletics. Yeah, Hachu, you're gonna kind of have to slump in the corner for a moment as you catch your breath, having just been piano hinged and had all the air knocked out of you in one of the most aggressive goats ram football tackles. As you see the three of them continue down the hallway, Peter's kind of veering and swerving. All three of them make a left, make a right. As you guys enter through the double door that is being held open to the large receiving area, it's still a mess of boxes and crates and items coming and going. A couple of the research tables. You actually still see on one of the tables the Wendigo sword is still getting looked at by two people that kind of raise their heads up. There's about 30 people in this larger open bay with a couple side rooms being used for storage. It's still about in the same disarray that it was before.
Cursed rock. Need somewhere to put it now.
Medical quarantine. No touching.
Cursed with what? What
Not
kind
sure.
of curse? Not.
The blood of
The
Allison.
kind that makes chandeliers fall on you.
I'm gonna.
And apparently
assume-
have goat things messing with you.
a goat. Okay. This way. This way.
Magic goat.
This way.
A magic goat.
A magic goat. Okay.
Demon magic
She
goat.
leads you. She goes over to one of the doors, stops, backsteps two, goes over a couple more feet, goes to the next door, opens that up instead, runs inside, comes back out with a small, sort of slightly shining glass box. Just a glass box with a piano hinge door on top of it, also made out of glass. Holds it out and, like, just kind of opens it for you to deposit the rock inside it.
I'm gonna deposit the rock inside it.
Make me a sleight of hand.
Which means I'm not gonna deposit the rock inside it. Oh!
You
Fucking
gingerly
alley-oop that
place
thing.
it in there and whip out the tongs as she slams the door shut on top of it, flicks the little hinge that's been expertly drilled into the glass as she holds it kind of closer to her chest, stares at it for 3 very awkward seconds,
I'm gonna cast remove curse on myself.
looks up towards you as you cast it on herself. You feel a heavy weight leave your shoulder. Kind of looks to the three of you, looks back towards it. Now that it's in here, can I ask what this is?
It's,
Thorin,
Well, you see, we found it in Aleppo, and it's how do I put this?
While he's explaining, I'm gonna heal Hachu, because I assume Hachu's finally caught up with us.
Yeah, Hachu will be slowly catching up with you guys through the hallway, just holding his gut.
It's an Arabic heirloom. The blood of Husayn who's coming, Allah's son. So you could say it's important.
There's something in the rock that's cursed.
Okay, well, these are specifically made to contain spirits and deities and things of that sort, at least to an extent, so I'm gonna hand this, and she looks over towards a, British soldier that's walking by that has what looks like old school night gloves made out of lead, that walks up, and she hands it to him as he, grasps onto it, gives a nod, and quickly is already making his way back to deposit it in a room that has a guard standing outside it that opens the door for him. They seem to have a nice process for spicy items. As she kind of wipes her hands together, looks towards you. Well, I will investigate into that and see what that is. You said you found it in Syria?
Aleppo.
Aleppo, okay. We'll see what we can find on it then. Any other details about where you found it?
The name of that monastery. It was the fucking Asian one, wasn't it?
Yep, it was the Shinto
Yeah,
shrine.
Shinto.
Specifically in the ruins of the Shinto shrine near Aleppo.
Okay.
Drat
um,
is I think is how you say it.
Durati is a Shinto shrine. Okay. We'll see what we can find on that, and your friend looks like he got hurt too.
I already dealt with him while Torin was talking.
Gotcha. She kind of
Loves
looks.
carrying that around for like days.
I can imagine. Yeah, we'll look into that and see what that was. Huh. Well, thank you. Anything else I can do for you?
You said those boxes contain deities?
We think and hope they can. They've been successful, at least so far, from what we can tell. At least smaller ones.
All right.
We only get a couple of them there.
I don't think
Rather
you're
hard to
fitting him
make.
in there.
No. Still,
Fitting who?
don't worry about it.
Are you sure you want to know?
Probably not.
Would he even fit?
Probably not, no.
Yeah.
Very well. I'll get back to what I'm doing and get looking into that here in the next hour or so then. Thank you.
Maybe if you use some really powerful magic to shrink him.
She's gonna turn and leave that conversation and go to what she's doing.
Big bucks.
Maybe.
Small. Oh, I forgot what they're called. Shit. Not Olympians.
Titan.
Big bucks, small titan. Might work.
Eventually, you guys will be caught up with it. However, Torin, to your magical items that you have investigated and found, put this in notes next to the Blood of Hussein stone. You will eventually, the party will come to find, just in case I forget once you guys return back after they've investigated, this stone has the Blood of Hussein, specifically the grandson of the alleged Prophet Muhammad. It seems to bear the power of a lesser devil, called a Kab, K-A-B, a devil that is renowned for causing trouble. Every 5 hours that you have the stone on your person or make contact with it, you suffer con skill checks disadvantages, and for every half day that you have it in your possession, you -1 from random checks, as well as suffering progressively worsening situations It's a very mean, evil devil that likes to torment and slowly takes away from your con and dexterity checks the longer you have it in your possession, and gets more and more benevolent and threatening to your general health. It's a cab
You
devil.
mean malevolent?
Malevolent.
Oh, it's
Out of
good
character.
we gave it to the most dexterous person.
Out of character, that is a very, very funny thing to get to a party.
I mean, you
It's
guys decided
hilarious.
to keep the stone, and I was like, well, I mean, rough time calculations. Torn's about to start suffering -3 to dex and con checks here. But in in-game images, here's an image of a cab. They're
Interesting.
they're assholes.
I was right. It was basically a djinn.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
I had to do a deep dive into Arabic devils and demons. Holy shit, they got some crazy stuff.
Yeah,
But,
we're gonna have to mail that to someone soon.
Send that to
Melatonin.
Craven.
No explanation.
This is a pretty rock. Put it in your garden. It will bring you good luck.
Oh no. All of a sudden the garden gnomes are waging war with something.
Yeah, that's what the gnomes are for, right?
To protect your yard. You're giving them a challenge of something to fight. That's just mean. It's like putting a scorpion and a spider in a container together.
They're gonna go to. Don't worry, Nox. They're gonna go to Nomala.
Gnome holla.
No Mala.
Gnomes are people too, okay? They're not all red hats or fucking tiny.
No, they're gonna
There's a
go to your
whole-
favorite place, Huntsville, Alabama.
Ugh.
There's a whole ass video game in that, playing as a gnome fighting off threats to the garden.
The garden gnome fighting giant mystical beings and threats to the house.
You
How
can
That
make it
sounds
epic
awesome.
in a tongue-in-cheek way.
That would actually be really fun, though. I'd be all about that.
Well, that was a bit of a interruption of the evening. I apologize for the rock. Thanks for catching that. Now it would really suck to take that to this event.
Yeah, that would be a bit of an issue.
You guys do find yourself, it's only like 8 or 9 in the evening. You still got a good couple hours before arguably needing to get some sleep before briefing in the morning.
Well,
In the meantime, we do need to go back and pay him for his chairs.
we'll just bring him a new chair.
2 new chairs.
That's wrong. Already found a good
We're
chair
gonna
around here.
stop by the supply room and requisition 2 chairs in the name of Leroy.
Yeah, alright. On Leroy's dime and requisition, you guys are able to find 2 somewhat nicer chairs. Arguably, they are like part of the campus, so they're like somewhat nicer ones,
wow.
but you're able to requisition those and
They
exit
say
back out the
Cambridge
bay.
College on a brass plaque in the back.
Yeah, they just say like Greenwich and a little brass like piece on the back of the seat or something. But yeah,
It's okay. We're taking him to the bar across the street.
Before
He
you-
probably already has at least one of those. Let's be real.
probably. Yeah, you
Party's
guys walk your
walking
way
back
through
down the
and
street with chairs.
carrying
fucking
2
just-
chairs above your head or behind you, and the 4 guards kind of look to you and, one of them holds out the beer bottle to you, Torn.
Torrin snatches it back, sniffs it, then nods approvingly.
Kind of rolls his eyes and looks to the other, and they go back to their idle conversation, sitting back against the sandbags. As
Reach into your rounds now.
already did. They're specialists. They're odd ones, aren't they?
You would be too if you had to deal with what we have to deal with.
We already do.
Yeah, but there's like a layer of separation.
It looks like he's
Poor
about to make a
guys.
comment,
They have
but
no
decides
idea.
not to as he takes his helmet off.
Next time, you hold the rock and I hold the gun.
Just kind of looks over, gives a nice kind of nod, and then looks back over to the other guys. They continue their conversation. A couple cars pass by now that you're on the opposite side of the street. Yeah, you guys are able to walk your way along to the bar. Yeah, you step inside. You get the little jingle jangle as sitting inside. He's leaning up against the bar. You see where he's pulled 2 new chairs out and placed them there, and there's a few splinters left, but you can tell where he did a general sweeping of the floor in the area. The 2 other patrons that were there are now gone.
I wished you some new chairs into existence. Here you go.
Oh, thank you. I can add them to my other chairs that don't match the rest.
This is a bar of mismatched chairs.
You see him take 2, kind of raise them up under both arms, go walking, opens a door towards the back near the kind of L-shaped part. And you can kind of see in the back where he's got about 6 other chairs that are like oak and redwood. These 2 being very dark, like very deep wood as compared to everything else that is like that kind of more muddy brown for the most part. Comes walking back out of the back room, closes the door behind him, goes back to standing behind the bar. Well, funnily enough, the $10 you threw me already paid for everything you asked for, so for bringing the 2 chairs, you got rid of the rock then, right?
Yes, it's been contained.
Okay, good. Enjoy yourselves for the rest of the night then. Thank you.
Another IPA, please.
Of course. You'll reach down, pull on IPA,
Just keep 'em coming.
set it down.
It's looking empty. Just give me another one of those. Just keep them coming.
Raises a brow, leans back down, just grabs 2 more bottles, sets them beside those, gives a look to the rest of the 3 of you. Same thing for the rest of you?
I gotta finish my vodka. See, there's a splinter in it. Fish the splinter out. Down it and say blah.
They'll
Yeah, I'll do
eventually
some more red.
refill your glasses or give you new glasses, considering the other ones may have been knocked over or got like wood in them. He's replaced them since then, sets them on the bar top for you guys to take, and just kind of keeps the bottles readily available off to the side on top of the bar.
Oh man, I got wood in my wine!
And you guys are able to go and take back to your old seats as you all kind of sit down, or Hachu just kind of coils like a big beanbag.
That was fun.
Does Hachu have like a chair that he's half sitting in or pretending to sit in, or is he like just coiled up next to the table?
I personally imagine he just coils in place and kind of makes his own seat out of himself, but I don't know, Hachu, how do you attempt to like
It keeps me from having to buy a chair, so...
kind of side saddle sit in the chair, I guess? And then coil around it, maybe, or... There's like 15 feet of snake that has to go somewhere.
Scoop myself between some of them and just kind of coil down.
Yeah, that works.
Trying to
That
make
works.
myself short.
Yeah, you guys find yourselves in the next couple hours to continue sitting here and drinking, or if you decide to go to another pub or what have you. It's a Tuesday evening, so it doesn't seem like anybody else is going to be coming in for the night.
This is Britain in the 30s. Everyone drinks all of the time.
Yeah, but they don't want to come in here because the bartender's awkward.
They want to come in here because the chairs exploded 20 minutes ago.
The 2 people that were here are like, I'm good.
Aye, mate, don't go in there tonight. Nah, the chairs are exploding.
The chairs are exploding, they're falling out of space and time and then coming back. It's weird.
What sort of metaphor is that? No, the chairs are literally exploding, mate. You don't want to be in there.
It literally
Splinters for days.
exploded. One landed in my ear.
Right, we're going to the bar where the chairs don't explode.
Pretty much.
Fucking.
Next time we come back here, there's gonna be a sign that says the chairs don't explode anymore on the door.
Oh no. Yeah, you guys got the next while to converse, talk, hang out, kind of relax in the admittedly very cozy but more quiet environment.
With all that conversation in the background?
That's your conversation, I guess. I don't know.
Torin is not being responsible with the IPAs.
Ah, make me a con save.
So you ready for your speech?
17.
You're gaining a bit more confidence, but you're keeping yourself to you as you're going through a couple liquid bread beers, but you're feeling a bit more confident.
Yeah, what were they asking you to speak about?
They're wanting me to speak about the phenomena of the American puck, which is specifically a subset of some sort of See, it's commonly agreed upon that they're goblin types of sorts, but you see, that explanation came from after the cataclysm, and events of these creatures existing have existed long before the cataclysm, which suggests their presence in the Americas after the disappearance of magic in the 1400s. And it's all very complex. It's a lot, but I think I'm gonna blow the doors off this one.
Well, I look forward to it.
Oh, thank you. It's a lot of big names up there. I'm still wondering how my name came out of the hat because, well, it's a relatively big hat, and I don't have much of a name.
Well, you're from the Americas, and you work at a museum of magic phenomena, right?
Yes, I do, but how do they find my name? There's plenty of other people who do the same thing in America who have notoriety, who have books.
Perhaps they wanted a magical creature's view on it, thinking you might have some new insights.
I don't even know if they know I'm a kobold.
I mean,
You
I feel
have
like
to do some research on you, right?
Well, have you noticed every time I've met a person who knows my family name seems surprised that I'm a kobold?
well, it is like you are adopted, so I suppose that would be not to be expected.
Yeah, so I'm wondering how that's gonna unfold when I get there, because surely I'm going to get the questions. And so, Peter, you're leaving to where? Exactly?
Constantinople.
You mean not going there.
No, he's
No,
using the right
I do
name.
not.
Is just something you've got to do, or?
I would like to discuss Hachu's situation with the Patriarch and some of his staff. They are probably some of the most learned people in the world on such things.
It's a great goal, and it's probably the best time for it. I can't imagine running into many problems in Venice.
Vienna.
Did I say Venice? I've had a couple of these things, okay?
I can't
Yeah,
tell
they
if that
both
was in
start with
character.
V.
I can't tell if it was in character or out of character because
They
Nox
both
has been
start
doing
with
the same
V.
thing all week.
It might be a nice change of pace. It's gonna be difficult to adjust to using, words and
Not machine guns.
yeah, not machine guns. Exactly.
Do you have any idea who's going to be there?
According to the letter, 80 of some of the world's finest arcane scientists and historians.
Arcane scientists in the historians? You mean like dual field people?
A combination.
Ah,
Things have gotten muddy in the past 100 years or so when it comes to lanes of study. Once magic showed up, everyone's just kind of like, well, what do we do now?
I suppose it would probably take some study of both, wouldn't it?
Yes.
We're supposed to get more info on that tomorrow, right? Do you think they'll have a guest list available?
I hope so. Not that I would know many of the names on it. I mean, I'm sure I know a few. This is the real deal. It usually takes people their entire careers to even be considered to be invited to something like this. This is unfounded for someone like me.
I suppose it has been your entire career, though, hasn't it?
Yes, but you know what I mean. Like the end of their career.
Well, maybe you're just that good.
I mean, maybe it just. I don't know how I know that.
Perhaps someone who we know in common knows or is involved.
That is what I suspect.
Do you have any idea who?
Not a clue. But, I just don't think this is a coincidence. I think there's somebody important who, perhaps pulled some strings. I don't know. What I do know is that, I need another IPA. You've fallen behind, man.
One moment.
We're the only ones here.
Little bit of clattering as he comes walking up, steps out from behind the bar. Nicely sets down 2 more bottles and takes the 2 empty ones and walks away.
You do have a very big mouth that downs drinks faster than the average person.
Yeah, I don't really have much of a gag reflex. It's kind of just.
Achu, how do you drink? We had this conversation in the chat earlier.
I like
Do you do the snake stick your head in the?
Yeah.
Do you do the snake stick your head into the cup and just suck it down like a straw, or do you just open your mouth and dump the drinks in?
When in public, I dump the drinks in.
When in private, you do the sippy.
Yeah.
The snake straw.
The sippy
I
sippy.
love that gif of the boa just sticking its head into the water and it just absorbs the water through its face. It's kind of cute.
See, Torin grew up in polite society, so he gives the impression that he is like, drinking. It's really just kind of a
People
pour,
eater.
but it's covered by, like it looks like a sip, but it's a covert pour.
I like the idea.
Pouring it all
that-
down into his lower jaw while looking like he's sipping.
Yeah.
Then closes his mouth and tilts his head back.
I just like
Yep,
the
more or less.
imagery of Hachu like holding a wine glass and just putting the edge of his nose into the glass, and you just see it disappear, and he's like making no movements at all.
Oh no. I like the mental image of Hachu holding his lower jaw straight and the top of his head just hinges up and he
Just
pours the drink
Trash,
down.
just trash bin opens. Pretty much.
Loses his grip, chokes on the glass.
He just unhinges his jaw and says, I'll deal with it in 12 to 24 hours.
Jesus.
Oh no. Oh gosh. I love it. Yeah, you guys are able to take the next couple hours to relax, unwind, have a few idle conversations, and just enjoy some silence and comfort for a while before eventually
What-
retiring for the night. Oh,
What about you, Nikos? Have you you have what, a master's in history?
Let me scroll up on my notes because I haven't looked at them in a while. I forget what my actual degree is.
Nikos forgot his major.
Wow, that's very in character. Good job.
What'd you study, Nikos? Oh, you know, some stuff.
Just stuff.
Archaeology.
Yeah, a lot of alcohol.
Rocks and things, lots of wines, lots of
I
wines.
tried out for every sports team, but never actually committed. I went to a
An
lot of
associate's in
parties.
archaeology. The war kind of interrupted my studies. Never got back around for going for a doctorate.
Have you ever been to one of these things, or did the war kind of prevent that?
I haven't been to one of these, no.
Well, I'm glad you'll be attending. This is going to be an interesting experience, and your
I will.
experience in the higher echelons of society will be very, very nice.
What about you, Hachu? Surely you've been to something like this as the bodyguard for... Is Huey Long the president or a presidential candidate right now?
Presidential candidate. He is still a senator at the moment.
How would the Confederate election cycle break up? Because they had 6-year terms, not 4-year terms. Because it wouldn't be in the same...
Other than the extended time, it operates almost in a.
I know. No.
parallel.
I mean like on years. How would it like? Would the Confederates be having a presidential election in 36, or 38, or 40, or what?
The U.S.'s election was in.
The U.S. election is in 36.
Is in 36, so theirs wouldn't be till 38. Yeah, so he's got like probably 2 more years of running, if my math is correct.
Did you go to any such things with your senator? Not you.
Doing a
With-
little snack sip.
I was like, ugh. With what, Mr. Long? Well, probably have to smooth over the whole. It wasn't actually me that shot him, but
No, I mean before that. Did you ever go to any conferences or things like that with him?
I mean a couple times, but I was usually the like a bodyguard, so I wasn't exactly like paying attention word for word what he said.
I suppose that is still what you're going to be doing for Thorin this time.
I mean, please, I hardly need a bodyguard, but I mean, the idea is appealing. Kind of makes you feel important, you know?
Well, you are
Let yourself
important. You're a speaker for the event.
Don't let yourself get too big of a head about it.
Yeah, I'm trying not to.
Torrance standing there, fucking 25 hours later. Hot, you sick 'em!
Oh no.
Rattle 'em, boys!
I was about to say, my mic didn't pick me up. Me saying that up, but I said like at the exact same time.
Oh no.
Sick 'em!
No, the rattle 'em, boys!
We'll pan over the next while, and as you guys return back to your dorms, get some nice comfy sleep. You're able to wake up nice and peacefully the next morning. Things feel pretty good. There's nice cool morning air. Things are solid. Things are good. And
I'll make sure to say bye to everyone before I board the plane and leave ahead of the meeting.
you're gonna be
Boat or whatever I'm taking.
a separate plane, yeah.
Yeah.
So the morning of, you guys can see where your plane is being readied up on the runway. A handful of supplies are going into it, and you see Swinton walking kind of eagerly across the way after what seems like he had a word with Peter, as Peter is hopping onto a nether plane. He's able to say goodbye to you guys for a bit.
Does
and-
Swinton want me to do anything while I'm in
Good
Constantinople?
luck.
Not in particular. Just attend to what you need to. If he does, he'll be able to have a message sent to you, and you and me will be able to figure that out over the coming weeks.
All right, those of it done, yeah, everyone.
Good luck with your meeting.
Peter will hop on his plane, takes off, goes flying off, and eventually banks around as you realize, yeah, you'll be busy for a few days, as the three of you are able to get breakfast and pretty casually make your way to the lecture hall turned briefing room. And the three of you take the seats where usually it was 6 of you before. And you kind of stand by and find yourself with a couple minutes to kind of wait until Swinton eventually arrives.
Torn's bored. He's already carved 11 crafters here into the table.
Fucking child.
Hey, it's a college fucking like study room. You're supposed to do that.
Yeah, true.
He carved it right next to Giles is a homosexual.
Wendy is a loose woman.
Yeah, you guys, you're able to sit for a little while in sort of awkward silence until the door opens up, closes, and walking around the side of the, kind of layered seats that you're sitting on in the front 2 rows. Swinton steps up onto the little, stage, sets his usual folder down, however this one's quite a bit thinner, opens it up, and kind of looks over the top of it to the three of you. Well, good to see you three here. You're all rested and doing well, I hope.
Yep.
A little bit of a headache, but
I understand you had a little bit of a foray last night.
You could say that.
it was a rack.
Is that what that was? They were rather enamored. They informed me that a devil had been brought to them. I'm assuming you didn't realize there was a devil in that rock.
I did not
No,
know.
we did not.
Well, funnily enough, there was. Turns out a very old one, in fact. A cab, I think he goes by the name of. Very trickstery, annoying, you would say, devil. But we have him contained, and we'll continue doing further research. We're gonna consult with Picatrix to see what more he might know on the subject.
I wouldn't mind talking to him sometime. Now that it's in the past, he kind of had a good sense of humor.
He's associating better, the more we catch him up to the times, and the more interaction we give, so any more you can give him would be fairly helpful. However, I have you all here to give you your official briefing before you be on your way. I understand this is a bit different from your usual mission and briefing, and a little bit out of the blue for a prioritization like this to happen. However, you'll understand why Wondrous Company, and particularly yourselves, are being selected for this. Levencroft Sr. has been invited to represent Boston. Specifically, your research and historical and magically strange department there. Obviously, being unable to fully speak while there, I was luckily there in time to receive the notice where we sent the reply back that we would find an alternative. They agreed, and both myself and Levencroft Sr. agreed. Torn, you would go in their place to represent your field of research and your museum.
Oh yeah, that was my theory.
The three of you will be leaving this morning for Vienna, Austria. Specifically, the Palast Schwarzenberg, or the Schwarzenberg Palace, in the heart of Vienna. You will be housed there, you will be fed there, for what is a 4-day convention, a foray, a confab of sorts. Some of the greatest minds and intellectuals and names and historical, arcane, and magical research are going to be in attendance there from, to our understanding, every country in every corner, and some very interested potential investors. The reason Wondrous Company is being tasked with this is I will be going with you as well. You see, while you are to represent yourself, Torn, and Mr. Zagros, you're going to be representing yourself and perhaps offering ancient Greek historical knowledge. The three of you will be attendees. Mr. Hachu, I'm hoping you're able to understand why you will be essentially acting as the bodyguard and the assistant to both Nikos and Torn. And Nikos, you will be the primary assistant and subsequent bodyguard for Torn as well.
All right.
Do you suspect I'll need a bodyguard?
No, but I will be having a bodyguard as well, along as it is very befitting and shows a certain status when you have a bodyguard and a assistant with you. And the three of you, I believe, make the pretty solid team to do so.
So I do understand they're a very intimidating pair.
Quite so. Which will give a bit of a presence. You see, what we hope to achieve here is a presence. We don't know who else will be in attendance, but if some names like this are in attendance, we are very interested to see, well, gather information on who and sort of practice your gift of gab, your heel tapping, your wine glass clinking, as it were, as we will converse and practice our diplomatic dance shoes, if you will, with whoever is in attendance and figure out exactly why, perhaps what they've been up to, really get into the, what's the words for it, the weeds of what other persons have been up to, as this should be, we hope, a very non-confrontational and neutral grounded experience. Of course, it is being hosted by the Austrian government, and to our knowledge, quite a few of colleges and museums and individual historians and researchers will be present. So, we simply wish to make our presence known. Torn will be representing his museum, Nikos, you will be representing yourself, and Hachu, you will be the acting bodyguard. However, the reason you are particularly being posed as such is this is a no weapons and non-magical. When I say neutral ground, it's being suggested it be maintained just that. Nikos, your shield will not be on you, nor can you carry your spear. However, you will be allowed to have your sword on you, as it is customary of a general of the Athenian League to have a ceremonial sword, as I will also have mine. And Hachu, I feel
Well, that's better than nothing, at least.
size and posture and magical capacity means you don't necessarily need a firearm. And Torn, unfortunately, I will state, I don't believe you will have any weapons on you, but you shouldn't need any as, well, you're going there as a representative, not a bodyguard.
I didn't expect I would need any weapons when I was first invited here as well.
Well, Yeah, you do have a point. Another reason of contention, the little bit of information we have been able to gather, is I will be representing the English Archaeology and Arcane Studies of Greenwich. We also have an understanding that the Ministry of Arcane Research of the College of London will also be in attendance. With that being known, we are curious to see exactly who they send as a representative, as you've come to understand, and we've suggested with you a little bit. We're not exactly on full communication terms, and we feel this might be a good way to diplomatically bridge that gap and show a bit more cooperation, as well as just, as said before, get a good grasp on who is in attendance, what have they been up to, who is friends with who, and just get into the weeds of higher class society. Consider this a casual vacation of sorts, just to gather information. While I am there, I will admit I will not be partaking too much in the conversing side, and will more so be conducting personnel research, while you conduct yourselves as you see fit. I will also admit I will be departing early in the morning of the third day, as I will be attending a second meeting that I can't exactly opt out of. Mother has decided to be rather pressing, and I can't exactly miss her 99th birthday.
It's understandable.
However, if you have any other questions before we send you on your way, and you begin your operation in Vienna, or should I say, convention and vacation.
Sir, with all due respect, there's a lot riding on my shoulders here. Not only, apparently the success of this, vacation, you call it, but, the potential for my future career.
You see him kind of look down for a few moments, and he's really calculating his kind of thoughts and words. And you see him put a hand on top of the envelope and kind of looks to you. I feel you have the capacity, but above all other voices of reason and suggestion, Levencroft Sr. insisted you be granted this opportunity.
Well, then that's enough.
I like to think so as well. But, of course, in his own words, enjoy this first foray into... I believe the way he put it in some of his sort of joyous wording. What you should have been doing perhaps sooner, he had suggested a few times.
I never was one for baby steps. I mean, starting me off in Plato was a bit of a disservice.
Believe me, he was never one for small steps either. He didn't believe in the inch a day or couple feet a day. He was the
Sink or swim.
take a couple miles or abandon that particular front mentality back during the Great War, and it yielded the Empire quite a bit of success.
I said sink or swim. Either a man survives, he comes out greater, or he doesn't come out at all. It depends on what they're made of. And, well, it works.
He believes you're the kind that will definitely float.
Kobolds don't float.
Don't tell him that. Very well. And you see him kind of reach up and for half a moment kind of scratches the side of his nose, but kind of rubs his right eye twice. Well, that is all that I have to present you, and if you have any other questions, perhaps that I can elaborate on before we get you on your way.
I think the task is relatively clear.
Mm-hmm.
Clink glasses.
The only question
bump
I had
elbows.
is something we don't have an answer to, so...
Oh, what is the question regardless? Maybe I can...
More
Provide it
information
to-
on the guest list, but as you said, we don't know who it will be, so...
I will admit that is somewhat my priority tasking in the first day, is to figure out exactly who, and then after that, allow you space to enjoy yourselves and conduct your diplomacy while I do characterizations.
Hey, Hachi, you think Madame Throssen's gonna be there?
I hope so.
I imagine so, hoping to perhaps sire more offspring.
Well, I do have a legacy to consider.
Hey, Nikos, I bet you could to college with some real babes.
Yeah,
What are the chances some of them grew up to be profound historians?
who knows?
It is a vacation.
I suppose we'll see.
Yes, Hachu has 87 offspring at the moment, however, he doesn't know that.
Oh my god!
Fucking shit.
Swinton, one more thing.
Of course.
Thank God she's the one with the money. Not paying that child support tax.
Of course, Torin.
Your cufflink's undone.
Squints at you for a moment. Looks down. Lets out a small sigh. Reattaches it properly and closes it. Kind of looks to you and shakes his head a little bit of kind of that like, okay, funny guy. We'll grab the folder, close it, grabs his cover, puts it on his head. Very well. Let's be on our way then. And we'll walk off the stage, head his way out, and as he's opening the door, take your time, but I'll see you all at the plane. And we'll step out of the room, and you guys will eventually meet back up with him at the plane. Any last minute things you guys would like to do, or converse, or figure out before boarding your plane and beginning for your next destination?
Not that I can think of.
No?
Wait, 2-minute break. I gotta get a drink real quick.
Yep, everybody take
I
a
got-
drink break,
I gotta
bathroom
fucking piss.
break. Yep. Drink break, bathroom
What
break.
is it, Ray?
While I do some switching up here. Let's see, from 2:14. I'm gonna change the layout here, fix a few things, and when we come back, things will be a little different.
Gives me power. I'm just immediately tabbing through all the hidden windows and shit. Showing him to the party. Oh, hey, this is an interesting boss
Hey guys,
arena.
check
What's
this
that?
out. Look at this. What's this poacher fight? Oh man, it's crazy. Who are these characters?
Whoa, this one has like 8 beholders in it. What? What could
Exposing all
that
my
possibly be
secrets.
for? Why does why is every single one of those eyes wearing a pickle halb?
But after this
That's a
session
great
and the
image,
next
though.
following sessions, he will be our streamer. He will be doing our music. He will be taking over. But as of now, I pass it off to you, Peter, with the party on the plane.
All right. Everybody level up. No. So
You got a
I mean,
boss.
is that
Balin!
where you're going with? I mean, yeah.
that's not what I'm going with. Wait, I
If
can
you
do
wanna,
that? Just
like,
level everyone up?
you're-
Um,
If you feel riding a plane is worth a level, sure. Fucking...
no,
I'm gonna
yeah,
ride the fuck out that plane.
Since you brought it up during the intermission, Torin, if you would like to inform Swinton about the modifications that have been made to the plane, I think now would be the time that it's too late for him to back out.
Yeah, that would be hilarious.
Or just like I assume chilling, some light drinks, maybe some light smoke.
Yeah. Hey, you guys flying over France,
Swinton, I hear you're taking this plane back.
Oh, yes. I will be departing with the plane come the third day. I should have mentioned that during the briefing, shouldn't I?
Be careful with the plane. I've become quite attached to it.
Oh, I imagine it's one of a kind. I've only ridden in it twice before. It's very luxurious considering the cargo that you've taken on and off it.
It's really one of a kind. It's hollowed ground, actually.
I'm sorry?
Literally, it is. It's been blessed.
This aircraft is hollowed ground.
What's that Peter's doing?
It was.
Ah.
There's
Well,
also a nice
Should have seen him. He went back and forth for hours.
You can see it hanging from the flat position if you lean over and look at the dream catcher. Protects from scrying, and it also has a 20 mil.
blinks twice audibly. Where?
In the front.
Is it visible?
No, it's pretty well hidden, but it's there.
I won't.
I mean,
ask,
you didn't see
I
it
won't
when
pry,
you
and
were
I
getting
hope-
on it, right?
No, I did not, in fact. Nor was I briefed by the pilots or the mechanics that was a addition. I was curious where that 20 mil disappeared to, however, upon your first return.
See, I bribed those warehouse guys and those mechanics to put it in.
Ah. I may have a word with the pilots when we are alone. But that's...
No, I mean,
I
it's
suppose
been
it is a
great.
good utility.
You should have seen it in Rhodes.
You used it.
Yeah, duh.
Yeah, we're not gonna put a 20mm gun in a plane and not use it.
It came in very handy.
You never know when you're flying over, a situation, and you might just suddenly need to,
The reports given by the pilots suggested they provided close air support. I figured it was more metaphorical support than a direct, but I guess that answers that. Very well. I'm not upset. I'm just a little surprised and enamored at how much additions you've made.
It's a good plane.
Hopefully they don't press to search the entire plane upon our landing and recognize that we're allowed to keep certain items on board as long as they don't come off.
Oh, if they search the plane, there's a problem.
That's precisely why I'm not too upset about this.
We have like 5 machine guns of different nationality and origin in back there.
Blinks twice more, looking at you.
Yeah, there's like 2 MG32s in the back.
I'm sorry? Where did you acquire those?
Around.
I won't question or pry further. You are our field team, and you are granted certain liberties, so before you tell me more that I need to consider whether or not it needs to be on paper or not, I will refrain from asking further.
It doesn't need to be on paper.
Well, I won't let it be on paper. That just invites more paperwork.
There you go.
I have higher-ups too, you know.
I mean, the holy ground and the scrying protection is probably fine to be on paper.
I'd rather keep that private.
Nice weather up here, huh?
It's relatively nice weather over France for once.
A few hours. What's that? Probably like a 4 or 5 hour flight over France, Switzerland, and into Austria.
In this plane, yeah, it's gotta be like a 3-4 hour flight, maybe tops.
4 or 5 hours.
I imagine.
You guys kind of come into landing. at Vienna. You're not landing next to the palace. You're landing at the actual Vienna aerodrome, which, if I can double check here, I believe is to the southeast of the city. And for the first time in a long time, y'all actually get to land on a nice, proper, paved, long runway with a taxiway and everything.
Oh, wow.
Feels like.
How nice.
Nice, smooth landing. Come down, taxi a little bit around. There's some personnel. It seems that the pilot radio exchanged with Vienna to let them know who you were and why you were here. If you want to leave anything behind on the plane, now is going to be your chance. As pulling up, they kind of direct you in front of a hangar where the plane's probably going to be stored for the next couple days. And there's a car waiting to carry you into the city proper.
Well, I don't want to leave my firearms on the aircraft on the account that it's going to be leaving. How improper would it be to carry them into the city?
I would advise it may be better to leave them on the plane. You know they'll be safe with me, and I surely hope that you won't need them. However, some of your previous reports do suggest I believe you'll be able to find alternative weaponry should you need it in a pinch, which again, I surely hope you don't.
All right, I'll leave the Browning, but I'm keeping pistols.
He kind of squints a little bit. Are you sure?
I'm sure they have safety deposit boxes there.
I suppose so.
Maybe just keep it in the hotel room.
I doubt they'll allow firearms on premises, but perhaps they do have a deposit of sorts.
You are staying in the palace itself.
No.
Look, I'm sure.
Say we just bring a big jacket in that we're just carrying.
You get a very
For no particular
deadpan look
reason.
from Swinton.
Well, every time we go somewhere, we get shot or try to be murdered by somebody, alright? It's just a precaution.
This is a meeting of some very sophisticated and high-class individuals. There shouldn't be any shots fired in this entire country, for that matter. No, I'm gonna switch to Gallanite. Fuck you, Beethoven.
There shouldn't be any shots fired in this country. Bah, 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 bah!
I couldn't have planned that, damn it.
Jesus Christ!
I'm so glad that's recorded. We need that as a clip.
I'm gonna clip that if I can. Swinton does give you the look of deposit all your weapons. Torn, if you wish to take your pistols, you may, however, don't be surprised if they're confiscated.
I'll give them up. It's just I want them on the same continent as me.
I'm only going back to England. I'm not gonna be that far away.
There's a channel in the way.
I suppose. Very well, if you feel you need to, although if you find... I will allow you to handle that. They are your possessions. Easy Swinton kind of give a nod like, if you guys do choose to take your guns, go for it. If you choose to leave them on the plane, he'll obviously make sure they stay on the plane.
Yeah, the pilots are staying with the plane anyway.
Yeah.
You guys, I suppose it has some pretty nice beds in it that we've just barely ever used.
Alright, Torn's sitting there emptying the gammon bombs out of his pockets.
Just ding, 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 ding. Looney Tune style grenades just falling out of your pockets. All right, what?
For some reason, he also removes 4 K98 stripper clips.
Yeah, whatever items you guys decide to deposit,
Yeah,
I assume put like a I next to it in your notes that it's like not on your person maybe or something.
In terms of weapons, what are you guys bringing each? So, Torin, you're bringing both the Astra and the Mauser?
He's bringing the Astra, the Mauser, the whip, the knife, the knife that he carries around. Yeah,
Is it like a fighting knife or like a pocket knife?
it's like I believe it's a kind of both. It's a utility knife. It's not a foldable knife.
Okay, a small fixed blade knife then?
Yeah.
That kind of thing? Okay. Nikos?
Just my sword.
Just your sword? Hachu. Hachu.
Achoo.
Swinton, what are you bringing?
Nothing. He is just gonna have his officer's saber on his side. Nice old school British long cavalry saber.
Hachu, what are you bringing?
Uh-oh.
I don't really need to bring anything, so.
No weapons?
Nah, I'm not gonna. Nah, I'll just leave my pistol and everything behind.
It would honestly be safe to say Torn has left his entire kit but his weapons. So as far as my inventory goes, it's like 4 items, which are all weapons. So.
You're bringing the pickaxe?
Not the pickaxe. No, that seems kind of unreasonable. Like, just I'm looking at my inventory, going, I don't want to modify all this, so I don't have any of my inventory, and that's just how I'm gonna remember it.
That works.
Because he doesn't need a fucking spyglass and a mess kit and fucking rations and IFAKs and yeah, he's leaving most of the stuff.
All right. Given your recent propensity for dexterity checks, you might need the IFAKs.
It's not cursed no more.
Alright. After kind of unloading your stuff, shaking yourselves, having grenades and ropes and shields and just tons of ammunition just fall on the floor around you guys. Like a dog shaking off water, but it's you guys in bullets.
Swinton looks perturbed.
How does Swinton react to finding that they seem to have pockets of holding when it comes to weapons and ammunition?
He's astonishingly okay with it and kind of understanding. However, he is a little surprised at just how much Torn has on him.
Seeing there thinking, I might need to implement a carry weight system.
Torn is keeping the Spirit Stone ring just because that can be worn as a ring in his pockets.
Gotcha.
What does that do again?
Grants +3 to perception checks relating to undead or constructs and elementals.
All right. Yeah. So you guys get into a car, and it's a fairly nice one. He's not going to let you drive. It's one of those really nice, like limo ones with the separated driver's compartment.
Oh, okay. It's that kind of car. Never mind.
Yeah, no. This is like a formal limousine, as you are taken through the rather lavish late Victorian, early Edwardian streets of Vienna. Up through one of the main roads, past the Belvedere Palace, and into the main entryway for the Schwarzenberg Palace. Can you please slide, please?
Slide.
Brag about World War I increasing your economy without bragging about it, huh?
No, all this is from before World War One. If anything, you stand amidst the remains of a fallen empire.
Excuse me, it's the Great War.
Sorry, I've seen the future. I'm confused.
Oh shit, yeah.
Multiple times. All right, you guys kind of get down in this fairly grand entrance. In in-game images, I posted some pictures of, I think, actually the backside of Belvedere, not the front, or not Belvedere, Schwarzenberg. You're kind of unloaded, and in front of you are these big grand steps up to the palace with a policeman standing on either side of the doors, acting as both security and doorman.
I guess we.
You guys?
Shall we go in?
Swinton will disembark the car and just kind of looks to the three of you, and he's got himself composed. He's been through these things before in high meetings like this. He just kind of tucks his swagger stick under his arm and has his one little piece of luggage and starts walking towards the gate.
As you guys approach, since Swinton is kind of leading, one of the police officers, seeing his uniform, is going to switch to English kind of automatically, but he's going to approach Swinton, and he is going to ask him, where is your invitation, sir?
Ah, yes, it is right here. Excuse me for a moment. And he takes out 2 invitations out of his pocket. He has both a copy of Torrens and his own as he holds them out.
Gar's gonna look at him, kind of assess that the Major General Swinton one is for Swinton. He's for the titular Major General standing in front of him, and he's going to look to the other 3 of you and say, which one of you is Mr. Levencroft?
I am.
He's gonna take a quick look at Swinton for any kind of acknowledgement of that.
Just a small, calm, casual nod. Do
All right.
you not believe he is Mr. Levencroft?
He is not the kind of person we were expecting.
I told you guys.
However, carrying on, there are no weapons apart from ceremonial ones allowed in the palace. So if you would please check them with us, we will give you a card for them if you have any.
Of course, I have weapons to declare. Yes.
Can you please hand them to me?
Yes, of course.
Torn first undoes the holster for the Mauser and hands it over, and then he reaches inside his vest and he undoes the holster for the Astra and he hands it over, and then he reaches into like the other side of his vest and he pulls out the knife in sheath and he hands it over.
I'd like the 3 of you to roll me a perception check.
Oh boy.
Actually, 4 of you, because Swinton's here.
Swinton's
Do you have a
right
character sheet for Swinton?
I do. I have character sheets for a good few amount of these characters. Others I can just kind of bluff it. That's a 14.
Not you. Perception check.
Jeez.
Man, what the fuck is that +8?
+9, so.
Well, all of you see it kind of offsides from you. You know, it's a big grand entrance, kind of up the other side of the stairs. You see another British officer and a nun of some kind being led offsides into a security room.
What color is the nun's vestments?
Black.
Oh, okay.
Following that, the guard asks you to wait here for a moment. He takes your stuff over to a table he has behind him, writes some stuff down, takes note of the serial number, make and model of the weapons, and hands you a card with your name on it to retrieve the weapons, like you'd get it like a coat check or some such thing.
Also, I feel the need to mention this. I don't want it to be an accidental oversight. Torn is wearing the whip and its sheath on his outer
form. It's obviously there.
Yeah, I know. I was about to roll to see if he notices. Are you trying? You're not trying to conceal it at all, and he
No.
rolled a 2. Okay.
He's not trying to conceal it. He's just waiting to be called on it.
He's looking for a proper weapon, and apparently that does not tick off any alarms whatsoever.
Yeah, who
This
brings
is-
a whip as a weapon?
Yeah, who's gonna bring a whip?
This is the palace. You know, there not that long ago there were a lot of people riding horses and carriages around here for ceremonial reasons, and just that's what people did. It's not out of the realm of reasonability to see someone with a whip. After that, you are all ushered inside into the main room. They kind of direct you around, and one of the other security guards directs you down a few halls and says that the hosts would like to give you a tour of some of the items they have on display, especially for this meeting. Slide, please.
Alrighty. I'm assuming items hall.
Yes.
Alright.
I need to take these guys and pull them off sides for the moment.
Oh, this is what I saw very briefly on accident.
Yeah.
Yep. As you guys come in, to your left of the entrance, you see, of all people, Craven, standing idly having a chit-chat with a Earth Ganassi in a Lorica segmentata.
Yeah, I should have known.
Yeah, I had a
it's
feeling
here.
he'd be here.
Torin is like strategically like standing like behind Nikos, trying not to look like he is doing so.
Nox, I presume you are also playing Craven. Do you wish to initiate anything with that?
Craven's just gonna continue having his conversation with the Earth Ganassi Legionnaire. He seems to just be quietly, calmly chattering about something. Well, he obviously waits for the rest of the tour group to show up. He doesn't know who they are, and he doesn't actually notice the party enter yet.
Any of you speak Italian?
No.
Yeah. You're not gonna be catching on. Not my D20.
For these parts,
Yeah.
Swinton's just gonna kind of carry himself pretty smoothly and withhold talking for a little while.
There's a dragonborn in kind of a formal wizard's robe who is kind of corralling you guys all together. And you can see there is a elf woman further down, seems to be guiding another group of people, having some trouble herding the cats of the historians who want to spend forever looking at everything through all of the items. Torin, I would like you to roll me a perception check.
14.
All right. You kind of look at the people. You don't really recognize any of them, and you just kind of carry on waiting. After a few moments, or a few minutes, the British officer and the nun, who you now recognize is a goblin, come up through the entryway, and the nun is complaining to the officer about how much they insisted on searching her.
I didn't know. I swear they're just there to cop a feel on a nun or something. I forgot the knife was there. Okay, don't look at me like that.
You should keep the knife.
Very well. Well, you don't have any more weapons on you. Any more weapons that you know of. Don't get us in trouble. No promises. And the two of them will just step in and kind of idly pause beside you. There's going to be a very intense stare between the British officer and Swinton for a moment as they just kind of look to each other a little flabbergasted.
No, really, Nico's, how does a nun forget they have a knife? Like, what are they?
I don't know.
I don't know. You tell me. You rode one.
Ah, Major General, good to see you here.
That was a horse nun.
Percy, good to see you here as well. Assuming you're here with the College of London, yes. Ah, yes, the College of London. And assuming you're supporting the Greenwich peasantry. Yes, you can say that. Yeah, archaeology and digging in the dirt, perhaps? Yes. Very well. Swinton is notably kind of like twirling his mustache a little bit and just kind of pursing his lips a bit as he turns away and looks to you guys with a small shake of his head.
Old friend.
You could say that. Jack Percy, he's with the SOE.
What division?
Lamplight Company of all places.
Oh,
Keep your heads
yes.
about you.
the brutish burlesque lamplight company. Their operational prowess exists entirely in blundering through operations, I assume, based on their conduct in the brief interim I had with them.
Well, let's keep that to ourselves. We're still here to just assess and see who all is in attendance. However, it seems we have a rather large gathering already.
Check your DM's docs.
Yes, actually. As you, now that you
I was
mention
going to
that-
make them roll, unless they're going to openly speak, I was going to make them roll for it.
There's gonna be actually very open speak.
Okay.
The goblin kind of steps to the side, and Percy and Craven greet each other with a smile, some bella ciaos, and Italian pleasantries as they shake hands and seem pretty friendly with each other, and start talking. To which Craven then looks over, locks eyes with Torn and the other two, and then with Swinton, and you see his shoulders deflate a little bit. He lets out a sigh, looks back over towards Percy, and continues their handshake and start talking to each other quietly in Italian. Like I said, keep your P's and Q's about you.
I wish I could understand them.
Roll me a investigation. Would it be an investigation for, like, being able to glean anything at all from their body language?
Up to you.
Insight,
Investigation, Insight,
Insight, that would be
perception.
it, yeah.
Up to you.
Yeah, roll me insight checks.
Gosh, Nox, does this sudden will and desire to understand them, perhaps
That's up to you, Ben.
instill something?
That is up to you.
Alright.
Check your DM's docs.
So, Saber, Torin is imbued with this sudden and immense and immediate desire to understand them. Right? Right? You're following me here?
No, I'm not. Do you have an ability related to that?
And then he understands them.
For the duration, what do you have to do to cast
He
that,
just knows
considering
them.
you don't have spells?
It's a spell.
You have spells?
It's a spell.
Yes.
I didn't know you had spell slots, Torn. Okay.
Welcome to Torn, everybody.
Torin doesn't.
Yeah, okay.
Torin didn't know he had spell slots.
You know what? If you don't know, you have spell slots. Why don't you roll me? Well, what is your casting characteristic or whatever it is?
Charisma.
Why don't you roll me a charisma check? All right. Yeah, you haven't quite figured out that you have magic yet. In that case, you kind of start feeling like this welling of some energy you can't quite describe within you, but you try to focus on and you just lose your concentration. Stick to the regular insight check for me then.
That's so strange. I could have sworn that was weird.
Oh, man. Fucking denied, dude.
Damn.
Hachu, insight check. Hachu.
Uh-oh. Hey, there it is.
Did any of those beat your DC?
They're not necessarily rolling to be deceptive. Unless it's something they specifically have to roll against, but they're not trying to hide anything. I'd say like a 10 or above would be easy enough to tell, so I'd say they'd all pass.
Alright, yeah, you know what they're talking about, because you know those characters, and they're intertwining between them.
Exchanging pleasantries as if they have been friends and they are meeting again and have only missed each other by like 5 days. Sort of that, like, how's the kids?
Torn has boxed himself in between Nico and Hachu. Arms crossed, just kind of standing there.
As their exchange of pleasantries kind of dies down, the Dragonborn kind of begins corralling people together to form you into one comprehensive group, and starts directing you all over to the machine gun here, which is on legs and is kind of doing an idle animation. It's every now and again it's raising one of its 6 legs and picking its foot up, dropping it down, kind of rotating just a little bit, little twitches, etc. I'm not sure I can keep in the German accent for this. This is going to be hard.
Only on speaking if you need to, and during regular descriptions. Up to you.
Let me switch over to those notes. Alright. I don't think I can do the accent right now. I think I'm going to lose it as soon as I start talking.
And let it drift, it's fine.
He gestures to the machine gun and begins explaining that this is one of the first examples of industrial military magical use. Starts going into detail about how it's a model 1915 Schwarzlos locomotive machine gun platform, one of several thousand built for the Great War.
We have one of these.
Kind of turns to you. You have one?
Boston.
Where did you get it? Like at the museum?
Yes.
Well, for everyone else here who's not particularly familiar with it, it is capable of autonomous movement and, to a small extent, autonomous firing. But any kind of real firing of it, or it can fire itself straight ahead of it, but a person would need to man it, pull some pins to free move the machine gun, and then it can be used as any normal machine gun on a tripod. Firing it on the move is not advised. Any questions?
Yes, does it retain its glowstone power source?
I'm rather interested too. What is the power source for this?
This particular one does not use a glowstone power source. In fact, it uses a mana isn't really a thing in this, but a magical battery that requires recharge, usually after about 12 hours of use. Sitting in this idle state right now, it could probably go for about 48 hours before it'll kind of lay down and run out of power.
Now that is interesting. That means
Let's see.
I dare to say this is a rare model then.
It is the standard model of was the standard model of the Austro-Hungarian military. However, not nearly due to the needs of war, not nearly as many of them were produced as we would have desired. It's one of about 5,000 that were produced, and a bunch were destroyed in the war. The Austrian military maintains a stock of approximately 1,000. I don't know the exact numbers. And the Hungarians themselves have about 500, and the Yugoslavs have some number. I don't know what their stocks are. Any further questions?
No.
Craven gives a nice sidelong look towards Torn, just kind of observing him.
That's it.
Swinton kind of speaks up a little bit. I believe we're good to move on, yes?
Please do ask any questions that come to your mind. We're going to be moving up along the outside of the room and making our way around. He moves up to the next stand and kind of waits for y'all to crowd around.
Yoink.
This artifact is one of more historical importance rather than a modern magical marvel. This particular halberd once belonged to the Swiss Guard and was taken as spoils by Habsburg troops after they took the Vatican City in the 1500s. It is known to... It is a divine weapon, and does such things as you would expect a divine weapon to do, and it is known to have a vendetta against members of the Habsburg family. It will have a tendency to, if uncaged around symbols of the Habsburgs or members of the Habsburg family, it has a tendency to try and destroy them.
Now that is something.
Good thing you're not that much a royalty.
A vengeful axe.
Percy just gives a pointed look at Apples, who tries to nudge him in the knee.
Any questions about it? This particular halberd was recovered from the steps of the Papal Palace.
Do we know whose it was?
Specifically, no. Unfortunately, there are no specific records of who was in the Swiss Guard at that point. It would be nice to know, but the records just aren't there. Most having been destroyed in the following sack of the Vatican City and Rome.
Well, it is a rather interesting item to have on display, I will say that.
It is quite a unique one as well. Besides its divine properties, not many halberds of Roman design lasted into this long. There's maybe 2 or 3 more in existence from the 1500s, stored in the Vatican City itself, occasionally used for parades and such. This is, we believe, the only, even not just Roman, but Italian designed halberd in existence outside of the Vatican City itself today.
I don't suppose you vet your guests for any Habsburg blood in them before allowing them access, do you?
Generally, if one does not carry the name Habsburg, then you shouldn't have any worries about it. Distant relations aren't usually targeted unless they have some kind of direct involvement with the royal family, as has been tested several times over the decades. So if you yourself... Pardon?
You said it's a great detector of that. You could potentially use it to find members of the Habsburg family who are perhaps unknown. Or verify that they are, in fact,
That is true, although I have not ever heard of it being used as such a thing. Perhaps if the royal family ever returns to power, it will be used to verify them. I hear the Russians have a missing princess. If only they had such a thing. I've heard many pretenders have come forward claiming to be the Princess Anastasia.
Yeah, no, they're not.
So it would seem. Any further questions?
The four on the left kind of give a ready to move on sort of look.
Alright. Move everyone up here as he waits for everyone to trickle on over. Oh, is Apple's going to linger down there a little bit?
Nah, there she is. Yow.
This right here is an interesting oddity, and the only artifact we have here that is not from Eurasia, at the very least.
It's a goblin.
Yes. This golden goblin statuette is believed to have been the source of the magic that caused the Jaguar warriors to rise up in Mexico during the Calamity. It was sent here at the end of the process of the recovery of the Calamity by Maximilian von Habsburg, the brother of then Emperor Franz Joseph I. Maximilian himself at the time was the Emperor of Mexico. And he sent it as a gift in celebration of the creation of the dual monarchies, giving Hungary equal standing in the empire with Austria.
Yes, why a goblin?
Looks kind of heavy.
It is made of pure gold.
That's because it's gold. Yeah, what he said.
You would think if it's empowering Jaguar warriors, it would be in the form of a jaguar?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Interesting.
Unfortunately, much of the research done on it was destroyed in one of the following Mexican revolutions. It has effectively sat here in the possession of the Imperial Crown Jewels for quite a while, without much research being done on it in the interim. However, it has not brought any Jaguar warriors to life here. So generally it is presumed whatever magic caused that has long since dissipated.
Or perhaps it's simply a catalyst device.
That
Could be
itself
because it's on the wrong continent.
Rather interesting insight.
I mean, I study these things.
There's a
Such
small, dismissive sort of raise of the brow and kind of look forward from Craven.
Study these things and not just hoard them. Yes, sir, I got something in my throat.
Are you okay? Are you okay, sir? Do you need some water?
I'm good, just, it was a little dry around here. Used to Boston.
Yes, I would expect it is a little wetter there, so close to the sea. Moving on, we'll head up here, and he'll wait for everyone to crowd around.
Torrin spends a minute mad dogging Craven as he walks out.
Craven, very dignified, steps forward with his legionnaire behind him, just kind of intentionally seeming like he's ignoring you and just like, there's nothing here to bother me. I'm just here on a tour kind of like attitude.
Gotcha, you coming?
I'll move him.
This right here is less of a known magical artifact and more of a recently found one. During, let me check my notes. Oh, you didn't write the city. Oh, no, you did. During a recent archaeological dig in the city of Urchin, this ivory reliquary here was found underneath a previously unknown church. Inside a marble box under where we presume the altar had once been placed.
Can I roll history on this?
Yes.
Does a 31 do anything?
No!
Sorry.
Nat 20s only. No, taking a look at it, Torin, you can tell that it is of Roman design. Probably from the tail end of the Imperial era, before the split. But post-Christianization, as it's very clearly a Christian reliquary.
Pardon me if I interject here, but I believe this is of Roman design, post-Christian era.
Yes, that is what we gathered as well. However, not much else has been able to be told about it, except for the fact that it secretes holy oil. And as you guys kind of look at it further, you see that it's got towels padded around it that are soaked with some kind of oil, and there's a sheen around it.
Holy oil is in like holy water, but oil?
Yes.
That is something.
Interesting.
What? Them Texans, I know what love is.
But the implications of that, could you perhaps produce holy light with said oil?
Yes, I believe so, but I am no priest.
This would be a very useful tool for a priest.
It could, however, it is not exactly in the best of shape, so it is not something that one would go carrying anywhere that it could theoretically be used in that way.
Oh, no, of course not. I would simply suggest saving the oil.
No? Yes. Any further questions or insights?
Would, perhaps you would know something, Sister Apples? Percy kind of looks down to her, and you see the most genuine, I don't fucking know shrug from the nun goblin. And Percy just kind of deflates and shakes his head and looks back to the front.
Well, I understand everyone in the clergy has their own specializations. Not everyone is expected to know everything, after all.
It seems so.
Thorin looks subconsciously around the room.
Who?
Just looking around awkwardly, or are you actually looking for... Actually, no, you know what?
Around awkwardly.
While you're doing that, why don't you roll me another perception check?
A dirty 20.
As you are... Wow, there are so many people over here. As you are looking awkwardly around, you notice two people, or I guess one person and one lizard person, across the way from you. You see Pink in the other tour group, and you also see a man you're acquainted with, but don't really know. Someone you remember meeting in the Boston College years ago a few times. A Japanese officer.
Nikos,
What?
look who it is.
I'll glance over.
Yeah, you're able to ascertain that Pink and Red from the drunken party are here.
Ah, lovely.
I mean, they mailed my gun back to me, so I mean, in not bad terms, right? I mean,
Does,
they were just trying
I
to kidnap you for
suppose.
your mom.
with Pink doing security at the moment, would either of them be able to notice the party on the opposite side of the floor?
Yeah, I'm sure she's noticed already, and given some of the other things we discussed, I don't think she's too ill-opposed to trying to slip away.
Yeah, that tracks.
Oh no.
Just kind of
They got
saunters
sorry,
on
right,
over,
Striking over here. Oh, yeah.
top of her hand on her left hip, just kind of saunters over, tail kind of wagging very slowly, side to side, really low. Oh, hello.
Great. Nice to meet you again. I don't have an STD.
Nice feet you have there.
Ah, yeah, that was a bad one, wasn't it?
You got your pistol back?
I did actually. I really appreciate you nailing it back. I wasn't expecting that.
Of course, we weren't there to steal from you. Also, big guy, not to distract you from the tour, no hard feelings. There's no longer a contract on you, so we're clean. We're
Well,
good.
that's good.
So, what brings you here?
I've been invited as a guest.
Oh. I didn't think you the scholarly type.
I in fact am. I didn't think you the scholarly type, so I can only assume that you are here as a muscle.
Hired security.
Muscle.
Red more so is the muscle. I'm the eyes. And she kind of motions over towards Red, who is uncharismatically leaning against the corner and
Yeah,
just kind of
the
gawking
two
at
of-
the saber.
The two of you, and Hachu, if you so desire, roll me perception checks.
12.
Hachu, do you desire to see what Red is doing or no?
You may be busy.
He's eyeing the bones.
Gonna chew on him a little bit.
No, we're not chewing on the reliquary.
Turn back and he's like, no, stop!
No, I am too focused on the bones.
No, bad body, they're bad! How'd you drop!
No, it's behind glass. He can't get at him like that. But you do see a little, out of the corner of your eye. It's kind of distracting you a little bit, Torin. You do notice that Hachu is kind of like, ivory would taste good.
Hachi, please don't drool on the glass case.
Nikos, you see that Red is kind of being lectured at by a rather large Frenchman, and he seems very nonplussed as to this situation, and he's very clearly not enjoying his end of the conversation.
Just fucking, well, you'll see this saber.
You should hopefully he's
Yeah.
having fun.
Yep, yeah. Interesting, Yep. Oh,
Oh, and you see here, this sword, you can see this bit was inlaid by Charlemagne's passionate blacksmith himself. Oh, Madame Pink! Madame Pink, come here, you must see this sword! Madame Pink, come here!
I'm being called away. I'll catch you around.
That'd be nice, actually.
Yes, monsieur.
Good luck.
Come, Madame Pink, can you see? There is a maker's mark for the reforging of the handle hidden right
yeah, I
there underneath
see.
the tank.
I see. Yeah.
Do you think he realizes he's lecturing the bodyguards on historical significance of artifacts?
Probably not.
Red and Pink are tucked to either of his sides, just kind of doing that nodding and yeah. Oh, yeah.
I do appreciate his passion.
Sometimes you just lose yourself in it.
I do it.
It's interesting
since you
to
guys-
see so many kobolds here.
Where are their bodyguards?
There's very few who are of an academic variety like ourselves, I suppose.
Yes, dare I say very few in this room.
It looks like he wants to make a comment, but kind of withholds as he moves along.
I'm sorry, that was fucking savage.
Damn.
As you move on, you see poor Pink and poor Pink and Red seem to be bowing down under the weight of academic death by PowerPoint they are being given by this Frenchman. And you are moved on to the next artifact, which in and of itself is a model 1914 flying helmet. It is one of the first batch of 100 helmets produced for the Imperial Austro-Hungarian Flying Corps, and it was enchanted with slow fall. To mixed results.
I remember these, the Neckbreaker 9000s.
Everybody on the other side kind of blinked twice at that declaration.
What? The magical helmet?
Well, I suppose it's a good idea and concept.
The wizard kind of deflates a little bit. You can kind of get the gist that maybe he was involved in this project at some point in his career.
It was a good idea. It was a great idea. It's just, you should have put it on like a chest plate or something, because there's nothing more disconcerting than a head slowly floating to the ground.
that is what was eventually done. However, this particular model represents the first attempt at coming up with something for pilots to be able to bail out of an aircraft anywhere, with such concepts as slow fall harnesses and parachutes not really coming around until later in the war. It was possible to successfully bail out of an aircraft with them. A 30% survival rate is higher than just crashing.
But look at it this way. You saved lives. This saved lives. I mean, not as many as it could have.
I
But it
feel
saved
as
lives.
though it may have cost some lives too.
I mean, no. If your airplane is crashing, you're gonna die no matter what. 30% is better than 0.
In the field, the pilots utilizing it found that they had a higher chance of surviving if they bailed out along there with their head facing opposite the angle of travel.
Ooh.
And held on very tight to their helmets, lest they choke themselves. Although some pilots did report that at the end of it, they had found they had gained about an inch in height.
It was only temporary.
Are there any questions?
All the opposite side of the table, except for Apples, who's just staring off into the fucking void. All the other side seems kind of enamored and kind of smirking a little bit at this particular item.
What is it? Do you know something about this?
Maybe they enjoyed your joke.
It wasn't a joke.
Personally, no. I don't believe I would have ever partaken in an item like this. I do see the concept as helpful, but the application, I understand why only 100 are made. It's, if not unfortunate, somewhat morbidly hilarious in a purely academic sense.
I don't think that's very funny.
It was thought at the time that the last thing down should be where the enchantment emanates from, without any thought regarding angular velocities. Or the strength of the human neck.
Yeah, two surprising mistakes were made. It was the first time planes were used in war at all.
I would agree.
It does represent the first attempt at saving people who jumped out of airplanes. And at the very least, we are proud of that.
You should be. It's a profound step in somewhere.
A good
good for
learning
second.
opportunity.
Yes. Later on in the war, we did develop full harnesses and such that had a significantly higher survival rate. However, if you will follow me,
Of course.
assuming there's no more questions.
They seem pretty enamored and willing to just kind of follow along.
This is an amazing collection, by the way.
This is Lucy. She is a stuffed gorilla who once resided at the Vienna Zoo.
That's a big chimpanzee.
Is that it? Is this just really good taxidermy?
It is very good taxidermy, no?
It's fantastic taxidermy.
Seems a bit out of place for everything else.
Oh god, Haju's about to say something.
Uh-oh. Rip.
Oh, it's just magical item, gorilla. Okay.
She's kind of looking off in a with a very maternal glare, not glare, but a maternal, caring look at a spot on the ground somewhere in front of her. It is very good taxidermy, though.
Insight.
Okay. What exactly are you trying to glean from this insight?
Is this just really good taxidermy?
Roll insight.
Or
That's a gorilla, man.
That's a gorilla.
Really? I thought you would have perceived it as a chimpanzee, like the goblin did.
She thought it was a chimpanzee.
Is it not?
Chimpanzees are you-sized.
What's that supposed to mean? Apples.
Means they're small.
Apples don't. He's small
Hachu.
too.
Hachu. Looking at it. Yeah, it looks like a gorilla.
it's alive.
You've seen gorillas at the Baton Rouge Zoo before. They ran from you.
Understandable.
Yep, that do be a gorilla.
Jeez. Of all the things here, the fucking gorilla.
There's something about this fucking gorilla. This is the most powerful magical artifact in the fucking room.
Nico's looking at it. You can actually see where apples came from, thinking it was a chimpanzee.
It's got kind of a chimpanzee shape and size to it, you know what I mean? Yeah.
Just giving off that chimpanzee vibe, man.
Sweet mother of
Monkeys.
ass cheeks.
Rafe.
What does apples detect?
Check your DMs.
Uh-oh.
That sign makes me uncomfortable.
Harambe died May 28th.
The goblin steps forward between, assumedly her British officer handler and, and Craven, and just puts a little goblin hand to, like, the top of the hand, gorilla's hand. That's a big monkey. Yes, well, if there's any other insight, perhaps we can move to the next item.
I'm so confused. Why is it here? Why is it here?
I have no idea.
It's amazing taxidermy, but why is it here?
Moving on.
To make some things seem greater, sometimes more casual items and persons need to also be present.
Nikos, don't go around the backside.
Okay.
Very good taxidermy. Wow.
Moving on.
Percy grabs Apple's hand like a little kid and kind of walks her along.
she puts her hand up to it and goes, monkey.
Monkey.
He's a monkey.
All right. This next one is the staff of the famed wizard Prospero. Looking at it, you guys see it is a about 5 feet tall, very ornate wood, but it seems that the head, which those of you with magic can sense is where all of the magic is concentrated. You can give me a description of the head.
Kind of a wooden...
It's a wooden crest. The head is mounted on a kind of silver ring and seems to be then further bolted onto the handle. All of you who do have magic capabilities, including Apples and Hachu and including Apples, you can all feel the magic kind of emanating and flowing around the head. Actually, Torin, why don't you roll me an insight check?
11.
You can kind of sense it, but not really. Like you can feel that there's like something there, but you can't sense it to the point of understanding the flow of magic around it.
Mm-hmm.
This staff was brought back by the Habsburgs during their retreat from Napoleon in, what was that, 1795? Roughly. 1790, yeah, during his Italian campaign. This was one of the many items brought back by the retreating Austrian army. It is a staff of quite a bit of power. I have no idea what that power can do because we forgot to write it down. Never mind. Hachu, roll me an Arcana check.
Ooh, baby. Uh-oh.
Hachu.
Oh, there we go. Ooh, 13.
Yes.
Check your DMs.
Or Nikos, I bet you could take that other hoplite.
Does Craven
Maybe.
hear him say this?
Roll me a perception check as Craven.
It's a
Cue to the
14.
midnight fucking like scene where like Craven and Torin are standing by like rooting on their hoplites as they fucking duel.
What's that Simpsons picture where all the people are gathered around the two
Monkeys.
monkeys knife
Yeah.
fighting?
Hoplite duel.
You said 14, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he can hear that.
Just a slow look over, kind of looks past Nikos to you, Torn. Legionnaire, and I assure you, if history is anything to go by, the hoplites fell to the legionnaires.
That's a low blow.
Yeah, but who gave them all their culture and their fighting and really everything?
Well, the Italians developed their own instead of stealing it from other cultures that they conquered.
Wow, that's a real outlier, isn't it?
Speaking of outliers, perhaps you have another item to show us.
Yes, of course. Moving on.
kind of standing there, just staring back and forth between the two of you. It's getting more awkward. Is Apples having any reaction to that awkwardness? Apples and Percy and Swinton, or
Percy is seeming a little bit focused on the staff, and he's subtly poking Apples on the shoulder, who seems to be like fixating a little bit more on the staff. As far as Swinton, he's just kind of enamored and just... Swinton's entered the I'm just gonna pretend to be enjoying myself headspace.
He's smiling and seeing butterflies. Just,
Yeah, he's just... this is fun.
wow, that's a
Understandable.
cool staff. That's like an interesting piece of history. Wow.
Wow.
All right, we're gonna move on to the next one, and he's gonna take up right here. It's okay. You're small. You can occupy the same space.
yeah, Torin is standing like right in front of Nico.
That's fine.
Apples and Percy will lag behind just a few seconds, and then Percy will eventually cross over and catch up, and Apples will kind of be a little bit enamored and kind of continue looking at the staff for a few moments.
Next here we have another artifact of the Great War. This is a M95 infantry Repeatergewehr. Made by Mannlicher here in Vienna. Actually, I don't know where Mannlicher manufactured. No, it's Steyr, isn't it? Where? Hachu, do you remember where they made them? I just completely forgot the real life war.
Mannlicher? I think.
It's Mannlicher, but I don't remember where their factory was.
Somewhere.
This is wonderful.
Manufactured here in Austria. This particular one is a 1918 enchantment modification that was made up in response to the conditions on the World War I battlefields, where it has been enchanted with prestidigitation in order to self-clean itself. Unlike other rifles, should this rifle be dropped in mud or dirt or some such things, this rifle will immediately shrug it off as soon as it is pulled out of the mud and be able to continue to fire without any need for disassembly or cleaning, or really any maintenance beyond general parts wear.
Oh, Peter would love this.
That's rather handy. That's a good idea.
Why aren't there more of these?
The enchantment is rather time-consuming. It's a fairly complex one to make it a self-sustaining enchantment that lasts beyond a few months. The few thousand of these rifles are what constitutes everything still in service with the Austrian military.
That's impressive.
You would think so, but our military is only about 20,000 soldiers, and not all of them carry long rifles.
Still impressive.
Any questions from anyone else?
None here. However, I'm curious what your nun is up to, Mr. Percy. My nun. Apples. Huh? Ah, yeah. She'll go running over and get beside Percy again.
Alright. Next, we have this. I would like you all to roll me a perception check as you walk up to it. How many of you are there?
Dirty 20.
That's a lot of perceptions. Let's see. Let's see here. Perception. I gotta roll perception. Boom, and then let me click here. And let me click here. And there we go.
I think we got enough people that everyone of note here passes. As you guys walk up, you see this stone statue of an eagle you had previously seen in the corner of the room. As you walk up to it, one of its heads snaps and looks at Craven, and the other one looks at Percy. And it just kind of sits there frozen.
Oh, that's quaint.
The wizard gestures up to it. The eagle itself is about 15 feet tall.
Really heavy, scrutinizing squint from Craven.
This is the Wasserspot eagle. It is a almost gargoyle of sorts. It is a medieval piece of architecture that for a long time adorned one of the cathedrals here in Vienna. And at a point in the 1300s, it came to life and began to fight to defend Vienna and the Habsburgs whenever one of them were threatened inside the city. Notably, it participated in the 2 sieges of Vienna in the 1500s. Although, at the time, most people writing about it wrote such things off as mythical, not really happening.
In theory, in another event of a threat, would it possibly do that again?
If the city were under threat, yes, it would. It has at times participated in several riots that have happened inside the city to quell them and prevent them from wreaking destruction. It does not seem to have an issue with such things as protests, but whenever a threat would extend to the city itself beyond a few buildings, or a threat to the Habsburgs themselves, then it would intervene. It is one of the reasons why, despite much of the socialist sentiment in 1918, the Habsburgs were not treated more harshly.
I think this is one of the most interesting items in this room.
Well, let's hope it never needs to leave its perch.
Why is it looking at them?
It looks at things it finds interesting. As people walk around, it will turn and look. It doesn't seem to identify things as threats. As you guys are looking at it, now that after it looked at the 2 of them, turned its heads to look at the 2 of them, it literally has not moved at all since then and sits there like an actual statue.
Torin, is experimenting, kind of in his mind. He's going to think threatening thoughts towards the Habsburgs at it.
No reaction.
So have you, you haven't determined how it became alive then?
No. Sometime in the late early 1300s, it simply began acting to protect the city and the royal family by extension.
Threatening thoughts of arson towards the city.
No reaction from it. Roll me an insight check.
11.
You kind of get the vibe that maybe it doesn't, detect people's thoughts.
Perhaps it sees us as threats and others as rather passive. I agree to that.
I don't know, I've been thinking about burning down Italy at it, and it hasn't looked at me.
That wouldn't be your first time, would it?
No, this was my first time. Before that, I was just thinking about burning down a specific house in Italy, but that's different.
You mean Vienna or Austria? We're not in Italy.
Fucking words. This is me shitting the bed.
Insight check, what's he mean?
What did he mean by this? No, you said Italy. You said Italy while looking Craven in the eye.
Yeah, alright, we'll let that be a Freudian slip.
Craven kind of gives a small nod to the Legionnaire as they'll kind of start showing their own way to the next stand, and Apple's handler kind of corrals her to allow the tour guide to pass by.
Oh dear, did I offend him?
Man,
Remember, we're trying
sequential
to be
numbers.
diplomatic here.
As you guys begin walking off and kind of Craven and Percy get a decent distance away, it turns one head to follow Apples for a moment and one head to follow Swinton.
I'm gonna figure out how you work. You're interesting. I like you.
Both heads kind of snap to look at you
Oh.
as everyone's walked away.
Have a good day, sir.
Since you were the last one over there, roll me a perception check.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh.
That nat 20 biting you in the ass, ain't it?
Yeah.
No comment then, just carry on.
Damn it!
Alright, coming up on this next artifact, taking a look at it, you guys all see it is by far the crudest thing in this room. It is quite literally a ball of copper, like a bowling ball sized ball of copper, on a pretty thick wooden stick.
What's this, a big hammer?
Blacksmithing gone wrong.
It is actually a Hungarian artifact that was brought here.
Expensive.
Please, we are not supposed to speak down on the Hungarians since the dual monarchies was enacted. This artifact actually dates back possibly as far as the 500s to the Hunnic prehistories. It is the mace supposed to have belonged to the giant Doghead, a villain of some of the truly ancient Hungarian legends from back when they lived on the Eurasian steppe before they had even come to Europe. When it is used to strike the ground, it creates a temporary spring of water there.
That seems pretty useful. I mean, deserts and sand, it gets real hot. Pop a spring wherever you want to go, right?
See,
John Torn?
I would have assumed this would be more of a crude bludgeoning tool and less of a utility of prosperity.
More, from our understanding, more of a tool of survival. On the high steppes of Eurasia, springs can be few and far between. And it is also... why don't you three roll me perception?
10.
Question. In the event that it would to strike an individual, surely it wouldn't make a spring of them.
It does not. It simply acts as one would expect if someone were hit in the face with 100 pounds of copper ball.
Death. Gotcha.
Or at the very least, significant dismemberment. It only creates a spring when it strikes the ground. However, it has not seen much use in centuries, not since the Crusades, when people were off wandering through the desert, as you mentioned, Miss Apples.
Sister Apples, please.
Sister Apples. My apologies.
Apple seems pretty transfixed on it, and you see a small attempt where Percy is trying to nudge her back a little bit, and she kind of looks between him and the item and coughs once and puts her hands in front of her, folds them, and acts a little more calm.
It is truly an interesting piece of prehistory. One of the most notable things is, unlike many pre-Bronze Age artifacts, this seems to have no real decoration on it to speak of. Anything that has been interpreted as decoration is often thought, really, by the conventional circles to just be dents. The handle is not original and has been replaced many times throughout the millennia.
So it was strictly a tool, I suppose. There's not much ceremony in it.
At one time, according to legend, it was the weapon of a great giant on the Eurasian steppe. However, there is no real evidence for that beyond the stories, and no real way to find out, given that the Soviets have blocked off all archaeological access to, well, all of the Soviet Union.
Rather unfortunate that nobody can gain access.
Yes, it truly is. There is much that could be learned out of the Caucasus and the Eurasian steppe, as that seems to be where many civilizations have sprung from.
Oh, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Any questions?
He goes. They're just standing there smirking at each other.
Uh-huh.
Just like, ah. You two are the most insufferable bros.
It's a shame no one can get over there. Mhm.
Right? Yeah, no. Tragic, really.
This one's broken.
Oh, really?
In fact, what you are actually
Yeah,
staring
look
at
it. It's broken.
is the bottom third of what looks to be a shield. Unlike the icon we have here, the one you're actually looking at seems to have been cleanly cut. It is the bottom of kind of a vaguely kite, maybe more rectangular shield painted in red and white stripes. The Dragonborn begins to tell you that this shield belonged to Jan Sobieski III of Poland, and it is the shield he wielded during his famous charge down on the Turks to break the siege of Vienna in 1629. It is said, when all three pieces are put together, it is said to grant courage to anyone who stands behind it.
Dare I ask why the three pieces have been separated surgically? So
It was a way to cow the Polish people during the Third Partition of Poland in 1797. When Prussia, Austria, and Russia split up the country, they also split up the shield, with a third going to each one of the countries involved.
and now you have all three pieces back here.
No, they only have one piece.
Oh, I see. Okay, I see.
Yeah. Kind of like we only have the one broken shield icon.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Oh, good.
So you basically it's a clean cut, and it's only the bottom third of the shield.
It would be a wonderful thing to see the three pieces of this reunited at some point in time.
I imagine that would imply the resurrection of a Polish empire, should that happen.
I do understand the Polish state has been lobbying for the pieces to be returned to it. However, the German government doesn't seem to want to budge, and the Soviets are refusing to acknowledge they even have it.
Wow, big surprise there.
Yes.
Soviets pretending to not know things. Wow.
Given the chaos of their state, it's possible that whoever they've been asking just doesn't.
Good point.
Any further questions about it?
Yeah, how'd you get it?
It was kept in the palace at Belvedere, just across the courtyard with the main entrance on it, about like a mile and a half away. With many other artifacts of Austrian history. That is also where this next artifact we are going to be... Actually, the next 3 artifacts we are going to be looking at are from. Alright, see ya, Hachu.
Catch you later, man.
Good night. Sleep well.
We'll catch you up on anything you missed. We don't get too much more.
You'll stand around and be intimidating.
Yeah. Doing hot
Arms
shit.
crossed, fucking bouncer style, just standing there angry crossed.
Yeah, it's what he did for Huey Long. This
Yep.
big
Huey
intimidating
Long.
snake. Oh, excuse me.
How'd you trade places with me, please?
No, she's not standing next to Craven.
Excuse me, sir, you're blocking my light.
Is that so? And he kind of puts a hand to his chin and kind of leans in a little bit.
This is Charlemagne's cavalry saber. It was brought here when Otto III opened the tomb of Charlemagne in 1137. That's an actual date. You can look that up and tell me I'm wrong, because it was probably like 1237 instead. The saber itself, while the hilt and the scabbard have been redone several times, the scabbard was remade and redecorated as late as the 1700s. The hilt appears to date back as far as Charlemagne himself, and the blade, many have conjectured, dates as far back to Attila, with some even saying this was Attila's sword.
Oh, that's wonderful. I am growing more envious of this collection as time goes on.
I'm curious
These are
if this
only-
bears any magical effect to it, or is it simply of a historical importance?
It has been said, when wielded by Charlemagne and Otto himself, to truly strike fear into their enemies. However, since then, it hasn't really been put to any kind of field use, remaining a strictly ceremonial blade. Although it does still retain its cutting edge. Any further questions?
I don't think so. I'm glad to see this.
Swinton kind of pipes up a little smiley. A rather nice collection, I will admit. It's rather enlightening to see such items taken care of in a way.
Yeah, dare I say most of the artifacts that make their way over to the Americas are more recent. The old world exists over here, and I am entranced by it.
Yes. We are looking forward to hearing from you about some of those artifacts in the New World. We get very few of them over here, apart from the golden goblin statue that you saw earlier. I don't believe we have anything else from the New World in our collection.
Dare I say you might be surprised that the New World contains more of the old world than you would have expected.
Truly. I will be interested to hear about it. Next, we have truly one of the crown jewels of the Austro-Hungarian Empire.
Are you saying that because it's actually a crown?
Yes.
Oh.
This, try to warm up next to Torrent, since they're both small creatures, they can fit next to each other.
Torrent accidentally steps on Craven's foot.
How's Craven reacting to that?
There is a fake sneeze, and his right horn will lightly hit the side of Torn's head.
Is that a roll damage lightly hit or a
Just a
get out of
like,
my face
irritant,
lightly hit?
get out of my face light hit. Having about horns about 3 times the size of his, it's a recognizable bunk.
Oh my, what big horns you have. You must be proud of those.
This is the crown of Saint Stephen.
He's
The
being
crown,
Austin.
the crown of all Hungarian rulers since Saint Stephen, with the last one being crowned being Emperor Karl I of Austria and Hungary.
Were they really tiny? Because that's a tiny crown. It's like a crown for a child.
It's a normal size crown.
Apples is also saying this because she's looking at the top corner of it, and that's all she can see.
No, it is a normal size crown that fits on any, at least, Habsburg's head.
It's big. What are you talking about? It's bigger than your head.
There's
Are you talking to the...
to Apples. Apples, you see the top of her head and one of her ears look up to the side at Swinton, who looks at her, his eyes darts left and right, and then he gives a half eye roll, looks to Percy, who just gives a shrug, and does the, like, hands under the armpits and raises the nun up 3 more inches so she can look at it.
In in-game images, I'm going to share an actual image of the crown, because it is a very cool-looking crown.
Yeah.
Ooh. Okay, that's fucking nice.
This crown was a gift to King Stephen of the Hungarians from the emperor in Constantinople in honor of him converting himself and the entire nation of Hungary to Christianity in the face of all of their pagan wizards and priests whom he had expelled. The crown itself is said to ward all those who wear it from any kind of demonic or fiendish influence.
It is beautiful craftsmanship.
Truly, it is one of a kind. It is said to have been modeled upon the Byzantine crown at the time.
It is just implying this is probably the closest reference we have to the Byzantine crown.
That is what is believed, yes.
That's amazing.
Craven kind of stands up fully straight and takes like a half step back.
Torn's still standing on his foot.
He pauses, looks down, looks up at you with a very, like, patient look.
I'm sorry, do you need something?
Raises his brows a little bit. Seem to step in a lot of places where you're not supposed to.
I'm sorry, and oh goodness, I'm so sorry. My bad.
Were you an older kobold that may have actually hurt my feet? As he kind of turns and starts walking away towards the next exhibit.
He's sensitive, isn't he?
As you guys come up to the next one, it is kind of like a...
I heard you roll your eyes.
kind of like a oversized kiddie pool. It's not particularly deep, probably about a foot deep. And in it is a model battleship that is skulking on the far side of the pool from all of you. As the wizard comes up to it, he looks to the model battleship and says, Viribus unitas, come. And the battleship kind of accelerates, turns, and sails its way over to stop in front of the wizard, bumping up against the side.
All right, question: is this like a scale model, or like somehow like a really fucking scale model where there's like fucking smoke and like everything?
This is a real scale model where there's smoke and it's about a foot long.
Okay, that's what I thought. Like, is this a toy or is this like a shrunken battleship?
It's like 1/122nd scale engines, boilers, everything.
Okay, yeah.
All powered by ghost stone.
Oh goodness, this is amazing.
As this model of the, at the time it was built, still fitting out, first Austrian dreadnought, Viribus Unitas, was gifted to the son of Archduke Franz Ferdinand for his 10th birthday. The model comes when called and obeys any orders given to it. He proceeds to read off or speak a few things in German, and the ship kind of, like, you can almost see it perk up a little bit as it starts executing a handful of maneuvers, rotating its guns to one side and repeating the maneuvers a few times before coming back to stop at the wizard's, kind of stop in front of the wizard. It obeys voice commands and will come to whoever calls it.
God, that must resist urges. Must resist.
It
Impressive.
is a scale model built with functioning parts all the way down to almost the smallest level. The only thing it is missing is functioning guns. The builders thought it would be unwise to arm a young child with what would effectively be small 22 caliber guns.
Yeah, that's probably a wise idea.
Apples raises her hand. What if you cast enlarge on it and then put real guns on it? To which Percy and Swinton both snap looks towards her.
I suppose it would work to somewhat, although I doubt the ghost stone powering its boilers would continue to do so. I do not think it would have enough to power the truly massive mass of a full-sized battleship.
This is an amazing piece of arcane technology. This is the kind of stuff I study. This is what I look for. And to think that all of this effort and attention was put into a gift for a child, it's truly a degree of excess that I admire.
It was made by the shipyard itself. Originally, it was never officially said, but I have heard some speakings that originally it was intended to just be a design mock-up of the ship itself, but at some point someone thought, we could go all the way with this. It'd really ingratiate us to the Kaiser.
Makes the term pocket battleship seem all that much more doable.
If only the Germans were actually building them this size. I do fear the breakout of further hostilities at some point. But, alas, that is all we have on display here in the hall.
That was plenty. This was a treat, sir. Thank you.
I will have a police officer come and show you all to your rooms. And since it is getting late tonight, you can all rest, and the conference officially begins tomorrow. I will be pleased to see you.
Speakers.
So do I. It is going to be a very exciting conference. We have people from all over the world, from as far away as Japan, and even, surprisingly, the Soviet Union sent
Oh.
a couple of people.
I might like to ask. I spotted an individual that I was acquainted with at one point in time in the past. I never learned his name, but we schooled in the same location. He was just previously in this room. Would you happen to know his name?
Who would that be?
The Japanese man.
I do know his name, and I also know it's in a tab that I always forget which tab it's in.
About halfway down on the first post of representatives.
He was a younger acquaintance of mine, and I dare I say I'm quite interested in seeing how he has gotten along in his career. Obviously, he's here, so I mean, he has gotten along.
Percy. Greenwich. His
Right.
middle name is Dunlop?
Yeah.
Dunlop.
Swinton's middle name is Dunlop. Yeah. Don't judge it.
You are speaking of the representative of the Japanese Imperial Arcane Military Research Department, Professor Ichiro Miyafuji.
He went far. That is. Sometimes it's a small world, isn't it?
Yes, that would explain his almost unintelligible English accent.
It's
No
gotten better,
offense.
I see.
Hopefully, you two will have some time to catch up over the course of this
Hopefully.
meeting.
I look forward to that.
Hope we have many chances to have intimate conversations. Ah, yes, you're here to show us to our room, I assume.
Yes, right this way.
Good. I was getting tired.
And I guess we'll transit to the
With age comes
room screen.
weariness.
To the rooms. There we go. Take this. Everyone's kind of shown to their rooms. Don't need these people to be out.
Gotcha.
And Craven is over here, right?
Yep, you will be in that one.
Alright, because you're coming up together, you're able to see that Percy and Apples are down here, Craven and his Legionnaire are up here, and you three are along here. I'll let you pick your rooms.
You said Craven was up here?
Top left.
No,
Craven will
up
be
here.
up here.
Okay, there.
And then
All right.
Percy and Apples are in the bottom left.
Yes.
Take this room.
Yeah, of course. I'll pick my room in a moment. Excuse me, sir.
What would you call one of these guys in there fucking?
Officer, I guess? They're police.
Excuse me, officer. Would it be out of the question to perhaps request a conversation with a previous acquaintance?
I believe that tonight it is probably too late for that, as most of the dignitaries have retired to their rooms, but I can pass on the request for tomorrow morning.
Do not worry. The person I wish to speak to is not a dignitary. They're one of the bodyguards.
Oh? I can pass the request along. Who would you like to speak to?
The pink one.
Frau Pink. I shall pass the request along. I do not know how she will respond. How will she respond, Nox, since you are playing her?
If you go to her room and give her a summons that Torn wants to speak to her, she sees no reason to delay that.
Pick which room you want of the two remaining ones, Torn, and we'll put Hachu in the other one.
Middle room. Oh yeah, bodyguard safety.
Get flanked on either side by
Yeah.
security. Yeah, that makes sense.
Alright. I guess she's what, up now?
She is
She's
up
one of-
here.
Yeah, there we go.
Her room's actually straight across from his, oddly enough.
Alright, yeah. Guard comes up, and, Miss Pink, the, Levencroft, Herr Levencroft wishes to speak with you.
The orange cobalt?
Yeah, the orange kobold.
Oh, give me 1 minute. Yeah. She'll crack the door, go back inside where Red is like prepping the bed and getting comfy, and she starts to put her jacket back on, buttons it up, runs like her hands over either side of her head in her kind of fishy cobalt ears, puts her hat on, checks it in the mirror, comes back over to the door. Lead the way.
You'll take her by the, not literally by the hand, but take her and guide her to the door. Kind of show her to the door. Not letting her do it, but he will knock on the door for her, and say, "Herr Levencroft, Frau Pink is here to speak with you."
Really?
And then leave to go back down the hallway.
He's gonna do that thing where he like opens the door, then awkwardly leans in the doorway, like he's cool, but he's not actually cool.
She's standing there with her fucking hand on top of her hip, usual pose. You wanted to talk?
Yeah, but I didn't think that far ahead. Last time I saw you, I was tied upside down to a bedpost.
Would you rather we have taken you with us?
No, I'm not necessarily upside, just upside down.
That admittedly wasn't my idea. That was that was Gray's idea. Thought it was funny.
In retrospect, it was. The headache was not, but you know, and
I am sorry about that.
I mean, I got my gun back.
We'll say if it does mean anything, there was no harm actually meant, and now that that contract's over, you don't have any reason to be worried around me.
Well, no, I'm not. Obvious. I mean, I'm speaking to you here now.
You seem a little nervous.
That's my disposition in general.
Afraid I'll tie you up again?
Yeah.
There's an amused, like, smirk on her face. Well, if you ever find any rope, I'm across the hall.
I left my rope on the plane.
I'll bring some then. And she'll turn and
Excuse me.
start walking away.
You know I'm free tonight.
After about 4 minutes, she will come walking back to the room and give a gentle knock on the door.
Torn is opened at this time. I presume he's in like the complimentary bathrobe that's way too fucking long. Like,
Why do you? Oh, you came back. I was not expecting that. I was expecting it to. Yep, you're there. Okay. Hi.
Putting on a human-sized robe.
It's comfortable.
They didn't give me
It's got
a
the
robe.
Habsburg crest on one pocket.
Wait, you didn't get a robe?
Hang on. Roll insight for me, Red.
Uh-oh.
Or Pink, sorry, not Red, Pink. Roll insight for me, Pink.
Insight. Where is insight? Insight.
Oh, yeah. Well, first of all, that's apples.
Well, it's
second of
tagged
all,
as apples, but I got Pink's character sheet here.
well, you actually did get a robe. Now that you're thinking about it, you realize Red is wearing 2 robes.
that motherfucker.
That asshole. But that's also different. Well, I don't know. Did I get this rope for nothing? And she takes the rope out from behind her back.
Oh, you weren't kidding about the rope, were you?
What was that about aggressive feet? And she'll start pushing her way into the room.
No, I'm not. Just to clarify, I'm not. The whole foot. I was just. Alright.
She doesn't have hostility orders. Unless Torrin Avaley tries to stop her, she's gonna have fun that night if she can.
You trying to stop her, Torn?
Yes, but in the like not really trying way.
Roll performance.
You're not saying the safe word, is what you're saying.
Pink doesn't establish safe words. What are you talking about?
All right, come on. One good
roll
performance
performance.
roll. One good performance roll. I have clowned on all of
Come
these.
on,
All
Torn.
right, come on.
You can do it.
Come on.
She doesn't
Warm
have
up
a mission that
metaphorical
involves you.
Absolutely mediocre in every way.
Hang on. Wait, I have something for this.
Absolutely average in every way.
She's gonna give you bardic inspiration. Add a d6 to it.
That is cheating. Okay. For my sake, please do better. Okay, 16. Holy. Okay, 16.
Yeah, pretty good. I'd say move you both to the bed, and we'll see how this begins tomorrow. And by tomorrow, I of course mean next week. On Due West. It doesn't have the same ring as Star Wars: Edge of the Empire.
Edge of the Empire.
The body count rises.
Body count rises. Alright.
Nikos walks by and Torrens in his long robe leaning on a door frame smoking a cigarette, just smirking at him.
Just like before. Nice.
Nice.
Was it a red or a pink kobold last time?
It was a green coat.
Green kobold, yeah.
The airplane put down at the airstrip on a cold and gloomy day, and the six aboard all knew their homes were very far away. The strife that gripped the forest all around them was their plight. They knew that something out there wasn't right. There were creatures in the bush, and there were soldiers in the woods. There were zealots in the ruins. There was magic that's no good. Grenades were used aplenty, guns and swords brought in, and death. When it finished, only 5 or 6 were left. On the flight back to their quarters, the new place to be their home, the dangers of their future had been surely set in stone. The content of their briefing brought their purpose into light. These 5 strangers had been brought into the fight. There are stories of the kobold, of Wilhelm Schwartz and Father Peter too. There are tales of the hoplite, of Leroy Copeland and Hatshu. And while the details of their past and trials were never meant to spawn, the deeds of wondrous company will live on. Yes, the deeds of wondrous company will live on.